Yeah, yeah. Why? Read between the lines. Yeah, yeah. Why? I know you feeling hurt, your mind flipped. That was a moment in time, can't rewind it. I seen your call, can't talk, declined it. Said I was sorry, liquor had me blinded. I know about your issues, you're not feeling well. What you going through, girl, is a living hell. Sometimes I bug out, I just flip and yell. Just come out tonight, we can sip and chill. I know about that night at the Pats game. You was real comfortable, and that's lame. When I bring it up, you act strange. That's okay, I ain't saying no names. Glad you pulled up though, we can take your legs. I told you before, that girl, see, that's my ex. You gotta chill, can't believe what you read in text. It's me and you right now, don't be complex. Now it's fine food, proper pints. Storm coming through after 2, lots of white. We gonna be snowed in, so let's start the fights. I know you wanna talk, girl, but not tonight. Got a text by C, he at the other spot. He there with his brother in that other cop. JM over there too, she just a soccer mom. Let's head over there, see what they talking about.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten. Life keeps going by, please tell me why am I living? Poison in my mind, losing sight now with this blind vision. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten.
Laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Wish you would've told me he was feeling so erased. When he sent you that text, seen the fear in your face. Then he texted me too, then you drove away.
Break it down, we keep it going and flowing. Welcome to the stream. Fuckery donuts now open. Night after night, strike after strike.
His house where his family.
We got a full flight. Let's go. What type of donuts do you like? Jelly, my favorite. Lemon, ooh la la. Ooh, behave. Buttercream, loving blueberry. It was all a dream. Oh, what about Boston cream? B-Town, let's go. Ba ba ba. What about the underrated gem? Hold up, let me tell them again. They not knowing. Come again. Yup. Fuckery donuts now open. 3 donuts, yup. 6 donuts, like Julie. Yes. How about 12 donuts? A dozen for the fam. Keep the stream flowing. Everyone is welcome. Yes, yes. Fuckery donuts now open. Long gamers.
What up, chat?
What about the underrated gem? We break it
Maybe I
down,
need
we
an
keep it
attorney.
going and
As soon
flowing.
as I interacted with John's mother at
Welcome
John's
to the
house,
stream.
when we were driving home, I said to my father, I gotta get an attorney.
That's a smart move to get legal advice under those circumstances.
Driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. And I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
To John's house where his family has now gathered. Her car still in the driveway. And that's when Karen says she stops to show her dad her cracked taillight.
Showed my dad my light, it was cracked. And he said, I just want to make sure the light is operational. I'm not going to.
Fuckery Donuts is officially open. I go by the name of J.F.K.
I go by Jay Burlon.
And this is a message from the flight deck. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a message from the flight deck. If you have a piece of luggage, please put it up in the overhead bins. We got plenty of room. This flight, we're going to be going over the Rotten Mango podcast today. We got an exclusive Rotten Mango drop. But before you put it up in the top bins, I know you guys got some backpacks that you're going to stick in front of your seat. But before you do, take out your vapes, your nips, Whatever your vice might be, put your trays up because I'm going to take you up to 39 feet. Make sure them backpacks are real tight because things can move in flight. And remember, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. And we got goals in different area codes, ladies and gentlemen. This is a message from the flight deck. Go ahead and populate them goals so we can get this conversation moving. Let's go. Here we go. We are here today. Early show coming in after a late night red eye, early morning red eye. Wild times, to say the least. How, my dude?
Yes, sir. Always a wild time.
Always a wild time. Yeah, so apparently the rotten mango podcast is out with Karen. We're gonna get into that tonight. We're gonna listen to some of that. And you guys can tell me what you think about Rotten Mango, a podcast. What's going on with you, Jay, bro?
No, I'm just here chilling. I was watching the game. Still on, but
What's the score?
I think the Chargers, I don't know. I didn't look. It was 3-3 the last time I just seen, but I think the Chargers just picked the ball off.
Oh, nice. This Karen Reed case definitely had a lot of ups and downs, huh? And here we are. How we doing, chat? How we feeling out there? Stephanie, what's up? Veronica, Mia, Colin, Allie, DB, Jill, E-Pags, Becky, of course. Pags is here. We're not talking about the movie. We're talking about this right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's correct.
You just step inside.
She was accused of running him over, leaving him for dead in the snow outside of another Boston cop's house.
Take a listen.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
For the past 3 years, Karen Reed has gone through a murder trial, a second murder trial, and finally, June 18th, 2025, she is acquitted of murder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is her first formal sit-down interview since the acquittal. Welcome to Rotten Mango, Karen.
Hi, Stephanie.
Welcome, everybody. Make sure you populate them goals. Let's go. We are going to go on a ride tonight. How are we feeling, chat? Yes. Jay Bro. Patriots. All that good shit. Keep up with that score, Jay Bro.
3-3 in the chat. It's not back on yet.
Prison.
Yes.
June 18th, you get acquitted. What is that feeling in a way that's comparable to something someone watching can understand?
It's probably the opposite of what someone watching would assume I felt. I am still not quite living in an acquittal world. I thought I would just bounce back like on a spring. It hasn't been that way. I don't quite understand why. I'm trying to understand why I haven't felt more celebratory. And what I think is that I lived with some very singular emotions: fright, anger, and anxiety. It was very intense. Every waking hour, every hour, I thought about my freedom and if I could lose it. And those feelings just don't disappear when a jury foreman says not guilty. I mean, there is, of course, relief, but I don't just wake up the next day and I'm living the life I lived 5 years ago. I felt my grief was being replaced with anger that was then driving this adrenaline. And I woke up every day with a real purpose, and I was appreciative that I was free to pursue this purpose. And then all of a sudden the purpose is gone, thankfully, but I don't have a routine to go back to.
Nope.
It's not there anymore. I don't have a job. I don't have a home anymore. And I'm just kind of in no man's land. And
She does, Becky.
I still have moments every day, very brief, like a nanosecond, where I think of something. I need to tell Liza Little this for this witness, or if God forbid I'm ever convicted, I need to make sure I tell my mother this. Or it's over the feeling as soon as it starts, but there's definitely some synapses in my head that are still thinking trial hasn't happened yet. It's like when you get ready for the holidays and then you think, wait a minute, did Christmas already happen? It was all this anticipation, and then it's over in a couple hours and you unwrap presents, and it feels like that. Like I have to ask myself, wait a minute, it's over, right? It happened.
Wow. Wild, huh, Jay, bro?
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
And this is what we talk about every time on this page. We jump right into it. We got 292 people on board. Keep coming in. Keep coming in. We got goals in different area codes, ladies and gentlemen. You need to go ahead and populate now. Becky says goals. Let's go. E-Pags is here 9 o'clock Sunday night like the good old days. Absolutely, Becky. Populate and let's get the conversation going. Great opening. Thank you so much. Been a member for 3 months. I appreciate that. I'll return your chain tomorrow, boss. Goals. Let's fucking go. 39K. Good to see everyone. Good to see you, Renee. And of course, Ali, Rotten Mango. Go ahead and populate them goals. Venmo is at the bottom of the screen. JFK Show Off Cash App. JFK Show Off. And we got Cash App. Jason BM90. That's Jason BM90 on the Cash App. You'll say CJ Brilliant. Yeah, we talk about the pain all the time. What it can do to your mind going to court every day. That routine kind of drives you crazy, right?
Definitely drive you crazy.
Yes, and if you want a copy of that song, ladies and gentlemen, it's on my Bandcamp. Peace to my mods. We got Natalie up in here. What the Duck, Norman making changes, of course, and Josie. She's on a vacation far away, but she's here from time to time. If you guys want that song, Read Between the Lines, it's on a full album called 1000 Nights. Go ahead and purchase the full album. Listen to the song. You can buy one song, you can buy the whole album. That song's on there. Read Between the Lines. Karen, Read Between the Lines, the story of Karen Reed. I did that back in 2024 when the trial was just going on, the first trial. The Bandcamp is up. Thank you so much. It's on Apple Music. It's on Spotify Music. It's on Amazon Music. It's on Pandora. Wherever you get your music from, you could stream it too. But if you want to buy it and support, go ahead and do that on Bandcamp. But yeah, we talk about the pain on this channel, and this is what you're seeing for sure.
And I don't need to worry about this anymore. But there's this big void in my body and in my mind that, and physically, and what I was doing every day that I don't quite know how to fill. I just feel like a fish out of water. It's weird.
I mean, that's something I was going to ask. It's been like 6+ months since the acquittal. Obviously, you don't want to go back to trial, but every day you have to get dressed. You have a mission. There's urgency. Was there like a wave of emotions that hit you after the acquittal that maybe you were suppressing during the trial?
The acquittal feels like 3 years ago. When you say 6 months, it's like, oh my God, has it only been 6 months? I already feel like it's been many seasons and many things since then. I've had such an amazing network of support, more than anyone could ever ask for in this circumstance. Emotionally, when I needed to let things out, I had people around me that I could lean on. It was more physically that I didn't have the physical appetite. I didn't have the physical energy I had during trial. I've felt just kind of lackluster and just relaxed, but not this drive. Like I feel like I've lost some of this drive, and it feels like it was just um a prolonged response to what the government did to me, that I've had these endorphins pushing me, getting me out of bed, keeping me up, working on witness prep during trial and motions in between trials. And then it just shuts off. It was like this supply I had that never just never ended for 4 years. And now it's gone. So I feel physically I'm paying for it now. Like I've got to relearn how to get a regimen and how to source energy and drive every day.
Yeah.
Maybe hopefully not ever like it needed to be
Yeah.
before June 18th, but some kind of even keel. I
Listen
haven't
to the
found that
music
yet.
in the background. God damn.
Do you like wake up in the morning ever like, oh my God, I'm late to court? And then it's like, okay, I don't
Let's talk
have
about this.
trial. Like I'm free.
I think I would if I were
Mhm.
I live with my parents most of the time. So I'm not in the environs that I was
Mhm.
in during court. But if I stayed at the Marriott in the
Yeah.
Seaport, the Residence Inn,
Oh,
I may feel that way. I do get those moments of
Mhm.
something that I want I want to tell one of the lawyers, or I want to remember, like, oh, these two
thank you,
these two
Aaron.
dots connect. And then I realize, no, we don't need to know those dots connect anymore. We already addressed it.
Right.
Thank God I don't wake up thinking
Yeah.
I've got to get to court. I wake up feeling very fortunate
What up, Ruthie?
that I'm not court ordered to be anywhere anymore.
Mm.
It's very frightening to know you are court ordered. This is not a job or school where you should be there. It's best that you're there, but no one's going to come arrest you if you don't go.
Mhm.
And this is 2 trials plus 100 pretrial hearings that I am court ordered. It doesn't matter how I feel physically or mentally. I have to be there, and I have to be there sharp because I'm a member of this team.
Mhm.
So it's amazing waking up knowing no one is going to force me to be anywhere today.
And that's a huge thing we talk about all the time on this channel. We talk about you got to wake up at 9 a.m. Nobody wants to be in court. You got to be there all the time. She talks about, never mind all her trial dates from both trials, all the motions that she had to go through, all the different hearings. And it was court mandated. She had to go. And if she didn't go, she'll get cuffed and stuff in the back of the wagon. Newport's 20 a single, not many to mingle with after all the snitching. Got to be kid. Excuse me. Just got a flashback of a rhyme from 2005. But yeah, it's wild, man, for sure. We talk about that a lot, though, right, Jay, bro?
Yeah, we do almost every day.
And this is the aftertaste, the after effects of what happens in the pain aspect. A lot of people say, what is JFK? What is James Jackson? What is Kevy Kev? Now, Jay Brill, what do we bring to the table? We bring the pain. We unlock GBT. Talked about this. We talked to people in the system many times. What this does when you have open court cases or you're a victim of the system, it does something it spins you. It's hard to get, one foot in front of the other. Once you see that dark side, it's hard to turn it off.
Today.
What did you do the first 24 hours though after the acquittal? Like 24 hours, what was that like?
The first 24 hours.
What say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you, Night Shift. Thank you, Jersey Girl.
Karen, what is life going to be like for you now?
I spent the whole ride back to the hotel. We were hearing from people at the hotel that the press and the neighborhood were already starting to gather in the parking lot. The hotel we stayed at was like a boutique style residence in a very lovely neighborhood in Seaport of Boston called Fort Point. And the local businesses, the restaurants, there was a residential building just across the street from us. It was almost the size of an alley, a very narrow street. And coincidentally, when I was in my 20s, I lived in that building. When we came back from the hotel,
Well said, Hannah.
We tried to lose the press a few times, and I think we ended up going in a side alley door to the hotel. But I went to my room, David's room was below me, and I looked across the alley, and there were residents in the apartment building
Damn,
next door that
J.K.
had put congratulatory
Cheers,
signs
girl.
in their windows. Somebody put something with Yannetti's name. They must have known David, because it was only, well, I guess Alan was up in the corner as well, but it was a window directly. David was below me. It was right adjacent to David's room. But FKR or congrats Yannetti. So there were people that we had met in the neighborhood that were congregating. A restaurant nearby, I had orchestrated with them. I didn't make any plans until I was acquitted, because there's no way I was gonna set up any kind of dinner before I actually knew I was gonna need that dinner. So I called the restaurant in the Seaport. They gave us a private room. We had been there a few times during trial, and they were amazing. No one knew we were there. And it was my immediate family, my cousins who I'm particularly close to, and my legal team, and my local lawyers brought their families. And that was a very long 3-hour journey. It was very overwhelming. My phone was blowing up. I wanted to decompress with my parents. I barely even got to speak to them. And the waiter's coming over and asking if I wanted to do a la carte desserts. And I'm like, I just really want to go back to the hotel and lay on my bed. We were getting requests for Good Morning America and the Today Show.
Let's
and
go, Pats.
I mean, it was all rushing. It was just flooding in. And I don't want to do any of this. I need a beat.
Yeah.
And I need to figure out how I'm going to tackle all the media. I was very, very overwhelmed. We all went back to the hotel, all the families. My parents came back. Obviously, all the lawyers were still in town. The following day,
2 seconds to halftime.
I think
Wow.
Liza might have been the first to leave. David was leaving. Bob was leaving. My parents left in the morning, and Alan and I said, I just want to have a day. He was leaving the second day, 2 days after the verdict, and we just walked around, went to our haunts that we ate at during trial. And it's like, I'm going to walk in with Alan and have a meal that I've never had with him without this albatross around my neck. I've never eaten a meal or had a bowl of chowder with any of these people as a free woman. And
Crazy.
It was a really sunny, warm day. And I ran into someone that I used to work with at Fidelity that I hadn't seen in a long time. It was just, I felt like I was in a dream, though.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say it was like the happiest day of my life. It still hadn't like hit me yet.
Pretty happy, though.
It just felt surreal. And I felt sad. Like,
yeah.
So I'm going to go back to the hotel, pack up my things, and then
what?
Where do I go?
Goddamn.
And everyone else is going.
808, what up?
My friends are going to travel back and go back to work, and the lawyers are going to go to other projects, and even my parents will go back to their routine, and my siblings. And it's just, where do I go? I was not planning with 100% certainty I would be here today. It's weird to live a day you never planned on. I never made a plan for June 19th or 20th or the.
It's hard to live a day that you never planned on. Holy shit. It's hard to live a day that you never planned on.
Karen says she stops.
first because I didn't want to jinx anything, and I didn't know that I'd be there. I didn't even book a dentist appointment. So
The
it's all of a
dentist.
sudden now I've got nothing.
God damn.
And
God
it's
damn.
very surreal is the best word I can think to describe it.
Is it like someone just comes and like shakes your snow globe and then leaves?
Yeah, and then
Like-
everything just settles, and it just gets like eerily quiet, like it does after a snowstorm.
Yeah.
Before the plows come through, it's just dark and silent, and it's still like feels like that. It's getting I'm starting to feel my way around, like defining what my life is going to be, but it's getting easier. But I do feel I've had this delayed this delayed reaction to the persecution, not delayed reaction to the acquittal. I'm finally like reacting to this horrible thing that happened to me, and I had to swallow and roll with it, and now I'm digesting it. Like I swallowed something horrible, and it's just sat in my body, and now I'm finally breaking it down. I feel like I'm having to address things that I swept under the carpet. Like emotionally, it's you just your body kicks into this fight or flight, and my body is very good, my mind is very good at kicking into fight. I work very well under stress and pressure, and it got even better. That characteristic got refined during the last 4 years. But you can't do that to your body and to your mind without paying the piper eventually. And that's I feel like I've had to do that.
Have you ever like dealt with depression during the trial, even now?
No, I've never really dealt with it ever.
You don't know if you did, though.
I don't know if it's depression or if it's like PTSD. But no, I didn't feel. I was angry most of the time, angry, and I felt very lucky that it's a disservice to the people around me who are the most amazing people anyone could ask for. And I'm not inclined to depression, so I'm not surprised. I mean, I went through a normal grieving process, but I didn't feel down that I had to sell my house and everything in it that I curated myself. I felt, and I had a conversation with Alan that don't look at it as, the government is robbing you of this. Like they're using your taxes to prosecute you, and you're having to go through every asset and liquidate it. Look at it as an investment you made before you ever knew you'd be in this situation, and now it's paying off when you need it, and you're going to use this house to save your life. And I get a lot of words of wisdom, but they don't all resonate, and that did. But I think I really just feel that I've been running on endorphins that are now the spigot just shut off, and I've got to inspire myself in ways like everybody else wakes up. And I look at everyone around me like, you're get up and live lives and find inspiration, or physically and mentally. And I just have to do that like a normal person now, like retrain it.
Yeah. There's actually some people, perhaps a lot of people out there that think you are sitting on a beach, you are cashing in on a book deal, a documentary deal. Like they think that you are good, you're set, you're enjoying your life. Is that what it really is like?
Well, we know, Mango, say it with your chest, will you? We know who you're talking about. There's a lot of people who think that. A lot of people. And on this show, we have we like to call them clown.
You are a clown. Clown. You are a clown. Clown.
You know, imagine if you would have took the energy, people would have took the energy of the internet, the endorphins when you get behind one of these platforms, and would have just maybe went out to where she lived, to Dighton or something, hung around, maybe made a phone call to her, and maybe did it different, right? Like, hey, I'm in Dighton. Can we meet? Can we have coffee? I want to come up and meet with you. I was dead wrong. I'm sorry. Can we talk? Like, is there something that I did? I don't want this type of stress. I could come to you. I don't know, third party, talk to someone, brothers, fathers, I don't know. Kind of reach out, just hear the person out. Listen, we're not perfect as human beings. I just think that people jump the gun thinking that she owed this movement something when in fact she was going through something that she can hardly articulate now. She just said she doesn't even know if it's depression. She says she doesn't know what it is. She think it's PTSD. So I'm not making no excuses. I think in some ways, as far as going out and making money and going out and don't take no shorts because this business is brutal, as far as striking when the iron is hot, don't leave no money on the table. I can agree with that. I can agree with when the iron's hot to go out and get it. Definitely can. But some people can't move solo, right? Based that she had no driver's license, based that her team is based in California. David Yannetti's a lawyer. He's got that state trooper case. And I'm just using that one as an example of the state trooper who was down Soldiers Field Road because it really blows. I mean, sucks to be a Massachusetts state trooper, doesn't it? We know about that state trooper who, hey, I won't give you a ticket if you come over here in my cruiser and help me out a little bit.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it blows to be a state trooper. Sucks. I mean, excuse me. Pause if necessary. So cases like that are a lot of work. I mean, who does she have? I mean, I'm sure she got a lot of family, a lot of friends. But I mean, how much do they want to travel down this road? Um, a lot of people just want to put it behind them. I think that Karen wants to go full speed with this, but not everybody's going to feel that same vibe. Some people just want to turn to the internet. I don't think the internet, my point is, I don't think the internet's the end all be all. I think communication is what it is. And I'm not saying that her communication is the best either with people or other people's communication. I think that compassion is what was lost in this movement um, with some people. They
Yeah,
just
but
never.
I totally get her PTSD thing though. That can really keep you from a lot of people from doing a lot of things too. So I totally understand that situation.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But the game don't wait though either. You know what I'm saying? And she's about to get into that part how she got played on some money, on some deals, and the game don't wait. It's like when there's money to get, you got to go get it. And not everybody understands that, and nor did she understand it herself. And she's not supposed to understand it because she's never been through something like this. But I don't think the internet made it any easy on her. That's all my point
I
too.
don't know.
It didn't have to turn into the people that she once trusted. I mean, she gets it from the aunties, right? The aunties go crazy on it. Killer Reed, you got away with it. This lady's crazy. I hate her. But then the people that she trusted, were saying things too. So that just adds to the PTSD. PTSD.
Then
I
who
would,
do you trust? Who you thought you could trust these people and you couldn't trust them. Now who do you trust? It's hard to trust other people after that.
yeah, exactly, exactly. But we're here now, and that's the page been turned. We're here now, and that's why we're playing this. We're trying to get an understanding. Where do we go from here?
So we have announced that we're working with a
Yes.
publisher. This is Luke Janklow and a producer in Los Angeles. That's Julie Yorn on the movie and TV side of things. So I've only announced that I have agents and I have these producers helping me to sell this. I have made nothing on the documentary. In fact, I lost trying to fight for a piece of the proceeds from the documentary. I went into the documentary thinking that there was this Son of Sam law
Thank you,
in
Twins.
Massachusetts, which prevents defendants from profiting. You know, you can't commit a crime and then write a book from prison and send your kids to college on the back of this crime. There is no Son of Sam law in Massachusetts, which we found out in the middle of making this deal with the documentaries, which was great.
That's
So
crazy.
I can get paid at any point in this legal process,
I never
even
knew
if I were
that.
convicted.
Wow.
We were not paid. I was not paid. No member of my team was paid.
Well, if Mr. Eddie O'Brien, what are we doing here? I mean, what's stopping us to make a movie about Eddie O'Brien? Where's the Eddie O'Brien movie? With all the shit we know now, where's the Eddie O'Brien documentary? I mean, we might have to put that together. And it's not all about the money, but, you know, one of these networks get behind it. More eyeballs, the better, right?
Anything from the
Absolutely.
documentary. It was very legally involved. I believe I was misled and taken advantage of, and we gave the documentarian our all.
Listen to this.
I did not see the documentary. I watched the end of the final episode. I don't know if there are 4 or 5. David, several people told me there was a nice moment with David and me at the end of the last episode. So I did watch that and I liked it. And then I watched Dave and I said goodbye at the hotel. And then the documentary ended with me in my basement at the house I no longer live in with all the legal boxes, because the documentary ended at the mistrial. So I think she was trying to show, here I am just stuck at go again with our paper shredder and our printers. And I think I was like vacuuming the floor, and
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I've seen enough.
His
People
airlines,
close to me
yeah.
who watched the documentary said,
Yep.
based on what I had predicted it would be, it was not that. And I thought this documentary experience has not been fun. It was incredibly invasive, which I knew it would be, but we still gave them more access than they could have ever hoped for.
This is crazy.
And the documentarian, I feel, went out of her way to excise us from enjoying not one dime
not nothing
of these of the proceeds.
That's
and
crazy.
Based on what little I saw and what I've heard of the product, I don't need your money. You know what you did. You know what we gave you every day. My family, you were in our living quarters. You were in the SUV with us every day. You know what we gave you, and you know what kind of story you had from us, and you used us. You know you did. And
you know you did.
I wish just never to cross paths with you again.
Nice.
I will tell my story with more control. We don't have a book deal. I think Alan and I will be co-authors on a book. There will be no book written by someone, even with just some creative input by me. It will be written by probably 3 people, a professional, and then Alan and I will be helping to tell the story. So I want this to be a story about corruption. I want to have some impact on the state where I've lived most of my life and where my family's from and where we battled this. I want to make an impact on what people think about politics, about the government, about the dangers of a one-party political system, which is what Massachusetts is. It's not about liberal or conservative. It's about being one party from the founding of that government with no competition, no checks and balances. It becomes almost anarchy like it is now. We've got a district attorney who has a war chest despite not having any opposition. It's dangerous, and I believe that is why I got where I was and why I got into this position, and why until it changes, there will be other Karen Reeds. You may not hear about them. These stories, Sandra Birchmore,
Here we
it's
go.
getting exposed. Other people are exposing it as well.
Karen
That's
Reed
what this
talking about
story will
Sandra.
be. And if I have to write it myself, then I'll write it myself.
Well, goddamn.
Yeah, Karen.
Cubs, a box for your fortress. We're always
Sorry, guys,
looking
about
for
the little
ways to be
commercial.
more
Let me take
green,
that down.
like choosing Scana Energy as our
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's wild.
She said, if I have to do it, I'll do it myself. She didn't get a dime for it. And they twisted it. And they actually went in and they got like her, like, they had like John's family, right? Like some people pop out the woodwork. And she had like, the way I heard it from her was, I don't know if she gets into it here, but what I heard was that she had her friends all involved in it and they cut them. They didn't put, like, you know what I mean, anybody to go for bat for her. They kind of like twisted it and made her seem like, you know how, if did you see that, the body in the snow?
When it first came out.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It doesn't make her look too good. But
Nah,
keep in
don't.
mind it was in between. Keep in mind it was in between the trial, the
Right.
first trial, like in between, like a long day in court. And she really believed in this girl, and she believed that she was going to walk too. She didn't think there was going to be a mistrial, I'm sure. They spun her. That's what they do, They'll have
It's
a
crazy.
conversation behind the scenes. Like me and you could have a conversation behind the scenes. Yeah, Jay Brill, how do you feel about this? I hate this. I hate that. Fuck this. Fuck that. All right, so hold on a minute. Say that again. And then I click the record button. And I spin you, you know?
Yep.
They're good for that. They're good for that. We're not talking about the movie. The movie was terrible, but this is not the movie for the people that don't know. We're talking about the Rotten Mango podcast. 6 million.
When was this interview? Was that 7 hours ago? It said on the thing.
Well, they did this what, like probably a month ago or something. But it's
All
gonna
right.
it's gonna it's gonna come out tomorrow. The video part, This is the audio. This is the audio. The audio's out already, but the video will be out tomorrow, so you could kind of see, the visuals, the emotion.
God damn.
What up, Kevin Kev?
What's happening? Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Let me pull this back up.
I do feel like I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot of clips of you. I've watched the whole documentary series, Body in the Snow, and I feel like you're very different from that. The way that you're presented in the documentary and then versus like when you walked in.
I've
Yeah.
gotten very good, and I was not good at this in my prior life. I've gotten very good at controlling what I let upset me because so much has been taken from my control with a judge, with a district attorney, with the state police. I've been arrested. I've had my home 2 years later searched for electronics. Once someone comes in your home, you have no safe place anywhere. They've been in my parents' home. They've been in my house 3 times. So I've had to learn to control what I can control, which means not falling down a rabbit hole on Twitter, not reading comments on a video on YouTube. And I knew I had an idea where this documentary was going before it came out. We ended the relationship with Terry the documentarian on a very bad note over money, of course.
Yes.
I had former students from Bentley. I had former colleagues. I had friends that traveled on their dime to interview for this documentary. These are people who knew me in all sorts of facets of life that I was then told those interviews didn't make it in.
They didn't make it in, yeah.
But John's sister-in-law, who, to the best of my knowledge and to everyone's knowledge, I would guess, knows they didn't have the tightest relationship. Or a friend of his, there's been 2 friends of his I have never met. I was with John nearly every day for 2 years. I had dated him 20 years before that. And there's some guy and an old girlfriend who I never met. This is the closest you could find to John, people who never saw John and me interact. And yet I gave you friends, I gave you people from my parish, students, colleagues, and none of it made it in. So when the documentary came out, and I can't even remember when that was, I made a concerted effort. I will not watch that.
Right after.
What is the point to get upset? Because I know what didn't make it in, and people come up to me all the time that I saw the documentary. It was wow.
Just to let you know, Karen, that documentary came out right before the trial, right before your second trial, and they used actually some of them sound bites to try to convict you.
Money Mike's in the chat saying that they interviewed him 3 times and they cut him off completely.
Yeah. Well, Money Making Mike makes all the fucking money. Put
God
your peace
damn.
signs. Put your peace signs up for my boy Mikey Crawford in the chat. Peace signs up for Mikey Crawford. Our boy Kevy Kev has entered the flight. What up, Kevy Kev 781?
What's happening?
Hey, I'm gonna jump off for like 15 minutes. I'll come right back on. I gotta do something.
No worries, buddy.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, so this documentary, The Body in the Snow, came out right before the second trial. So they actually used some of them sound bites to try to convict her.
They did, yeah.
What a story it told, and I can't believe what you went through. But my family and friends that saw it, no one's raved about it because they don't feel it portrayed me. But I'm not surprised I was cast in a light that is not realistic.
Yeah. During our 4-part series on Karen Reed's case, I mean, that's over like 10 hours long. Just with the sheer amount of people that were involved, we did have to resort to coming up with nicknames or monikers, some of our own creations, some that we've adopted from social media discourse. And out of just pure habit and pure personal style, I might still be referring to some of these people with that nickname. We called Brian Higgins, Brian Haha Higgins, Michael Proctor, Michael No Nudes Proctor. That was literally just so people could have an idea of who we're talking about when we mention a name. If I do that, that is not Karen poking fun at anyone. I honestly should probably prefer that I don't use these nicknames, but I probably will throughout this episode. And on top of that, another disclaimer is Karen is right now involved in multiple civil lawsuits involving a ton of different people. So there might be some questions that she cannot answer legally, and that's just for legal purposes. So with that being said, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe?
Here we go.
John O'Keefe entered the garage or the house at 34 Fairview, and much sooner than later, met his demise. Based on
God damn.
Yeah. Point blank.
God damn.
We're working too. Yeah. I mean,
God damn.
I did leave, yes.
You didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you texted John O'Keefe.
You didn't say goodbye to anybody, Higgins? You sure about that? What are you doing right there, buddy? We're back. We're back right on your ass, man. We haven't been in the waterfall for a while, but man, I've been drinking again. I relapsed. Would you believe it, Kevin Cow?
God damn.
I think I'm gonna go to the waterfall every fucking night again. Not only is it gonna make Kevin from South Boston pissed off, because I know he's watching, it's gonna make every other hater pissed off. Because John walked into the garage straight out of Karen Reed's mouth and said much sooner than later, which means is right before he walked into that garage. This is who was talking to him.
Exactly.
And this is what he did.
You coming here.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
Much sooner than later.
On his injuries, it looks to me like he got into a fight and fell backwards. There was not a single pathologist in either trial that didn't say the mortal wound came from falling backwards and hitting his head. That was agreed on. He had bruises on his hands. The prosecution tried to say that those came from IVs, but I've had many IVs. I've had them in my hands, and my hands never looked like that. But I dropped him off. He went up to the breezeway, and 6 a.m., I find him in a heap, missing his hat, missing his shoe, and laying there with a piece of glass in his face. So someone in that house killed John O'Keefe.
The Alberts have stated that they were asleep. And there's footage of you. There's body cam footage of you like screaming, dash cam footage. How loud were you screaming? Because there's all these comments about, oh, the wind, the blizzard.
I've done research, and my understanding is that the snow can muffle sounds. I don't need to wonder if Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were awake. According to the Commonwealth's own witness, mine as well, but theirs as well, Ian Whiffen, Nicole Albert at 5 a.m. has an answered phone call from Jen McCabe.
Goddamn!
Answered and deleted. Furthermore, Nicole Albert at 6:07 a.m. and 6:08 a.m. has 2 more phone calls, each lasting about 7 seconds, from Jen McCabe, answered and deleted. This is not conjecture. This is not my theory. This is in the data. Pour over my phone records. By the way, I had no deleted calls, no deleted Google searches. I actually didn't have any Google searches at all.
Hello?
But I know from the data, according to the data, unless the data is wrong, and this is Celebrite, was just used to help convict Brian Walsh of murdering his wife. The same Celebrite used by law enforcement globally is telling me that Nicole Albert's phone answered a call from her sister at 5 a.m. and then 2 more at 6 a.m. So that would lead me to assume that Nicole Albert was awake.
Have you guys ever tried to recreate the quote unquote butt dials?
No, because it's not possible.
Ooh.
It's not possible.
Nope.
I have called people, and we jokingly, my friends and I, and my family and I, we say butt dial when we mean, like, I may be scrolling through my call log, and I accidentally activate that name and it calls, or someone sent me their number on Instagram and I went to press it down and copy it so then I could save it in my contacts and it called them. And then I'll say, haha, butt dial.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an actual accidental phone call made while the phone was completely inert. That's what they're saying butt dials are. Even if you're able to inadvertently make a phone call, they're all doing it in the middle of the night. All of them. Higgins is saying he made a butt dial. Brian Albert is saying it was a butt dial.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
God damn.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
Not just a butt dial, but a butt answer and a butt hang up.
Yeah.
On both ends. So you're saying you accidentally called him.
You
He
wrong.
accidentally answered.
You wrong.
He accidentally hung up, and then you accidentally hung up. Jen McCabe said the slew of phone calls to John at 1:15, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, she had over a dozen phone calls to John. She's claiming those were all butt dials.
Yep.
What are the chances these people who were together all night are engaging in, if you count them, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 butt phone actions?
Hey, man,
Answering,
what's up, guys?
dialing,
Kevin from
hanging
South
up.
Boston.
They appear, they meaning the Alberts, McCabe's, and Higgins, appear to have kept it simple.
What's up, Kevin from South?
And
Hey, man, what's up,
agreed
guys?
to
Kevin from South Boston.
several mantras, and just those mantras.
Hey, man,
One of
what's
them
up,
was
guys?
butt dials, and the other, I don't recall, or not that I recall.
I don't remember.
I don't recall.
I don't remember. I don't recall my interview.
I don't recall.
I do not recall having.
I don't recall.
I don't remember.
I don't remember if I was tired.
If they were coached, it was smart. Keep it simple. Because when they start to add details to their renditions of what happened that
They
night,
get caught up.
They're completely inconsistent. Brian Higgins said his Jeep was parked in front of the house. He backed it up. He had a plow. He went into great detail, and he jokingly plowed some snow for Brian and Nicole to pull in, and then Matt and Jen, and then he V'd out and pulled in front of the house by the mailbox. Yet Jen McCabe didn't see the car, and she was apparently on night watch at the front door and never saw a Jeep.
God
A Jeep with a
damn.
plow, which is something memorable. Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antono, and Heather Maxon were behind me. They never saw the Jeep. So my point being, their group thought is simple, but as soon as you require details from these people, their stories are all over the place.
Nice.
Do you think Chloe, the Albert's German Shepherd, is still alive?
This is the question I get asked the most, is what happened to the dog? And I realize I do not have a dog. I realize this is where society is a lot of us love dogs more than we love people, or just as much. But I get this question constantly. I have no idea what happened to Chloe. Based on what I know, I would guess the dog is dead. I don't believe it's the dog they claim it is up in New Hampshire. We asked for proof, and all they gave was animal control vaccination records that I can literally go to animal control and get a copy of the vaccination records. And this woman in New Hampshire, who we have no address, no phone number for, she's claiming this is the dog, this is his birthday, and this is his vaccination. Well, anybody can get that.
Right.
At what point in the investigation
there you
did
have
you feel
that.
like, okay, this is not an investigation into a tragic accident? I'm being framed. Like, what is there a specific moment it hits you?
So they had my phone in my car within a half hour of coming to my parents' house. So they left my parents at 4:15 on January 29th. They took my phone and they took the car. I was hoping desperately, this is a case of they've got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
I'm arrested on February 1st, and then I'm arraigned the next morning. I hadn't met in person David Yannetti, but I had already engaged with him on January 29th. He comes to the holding cell at the courthouse in Stoughton, and he has one copy of the police report that Michael Proctor authored. He's holding the police report. Now, they're already calling my case at 9 a.m. It's like 9:10. And I don't know what I'm walking into. I don't know what they have against me. I don't know anything. David is holding the police report, and we're reading it together. They only gave him one copy. So his hands between the bars, I'm leaning in, and we're reading it quick. I don't know how I had the focus to even comprehend and read at that moment. It was like just another fight or flight. That focus, Karen, this is about to be read in front of a courtroom filled with people. The first thing that stood out to me was, it said they arrived at my parents' house, Proctor and Buchnick arrived at my parents' house at 4:30 p.m. and left at 5:30 p.m. And I knew right away that was wrong. I've lived in New England most of my life. 5:30 in the middle of January is pitch black outside. 4:30 p.m. is almost pitch black outside. And I knew when they left my house, my parents' house, it was still somewhat light outside, because I remember watching the flatbed with my truck go by the front window. I knew they had gotten to the house around 3:00, and I knew they weren't there for 2.5 hours. So I thought, well, maybe this is how police reports are written initially in a cursory fashion, that they're approximate times, and then we can tighten timelines later. But that always bothered me. And then every affidavit that was accompanying every seizure of evidence after that kept saying the same thing, that on January 29th, we went to the house in Dighton at 4:30, we left at 5:30. So that was the first time I thought, all right, we're dealing with very sloppy, imprecise police. That was my first inkling that this isn't completely ticked and tied. After I was released from the arraignment on February 2nd, that evening, David Yannetti called me and said he had gotten an anonymous phone call from someone saying, you need to pay attention to who lives in the house. I had not even thought about the Alberts. Not one way or the other, just that I knew that was their house, and they had been with us the night before, and I had met them for the first time a week before that. So it was very early on. I've been lucky that very early on and at regular intervals since, I have been given gifts of information that helped buoy me. Yeah. I can't tell you, hearing that information from David, and so of course, as soon as David says, this anonymous caller says, look at the owner of the house, I start Googling Brian Albert, and it's within seconds I find a Google video of him in a boxing ring beating people up. And he looks, I've met him, but I haven't paid much attention to him, but he sounds gruff, and he's walking into some drug bust with some kind of shield and weapons, and he looked like a tough, mean guy. Mind you, though, at this time, I didn't know John's injuries in detail. When I found him, he had a cut on his nose on his left side, and he had a cut above his right eye. He had blood coming out of his nose, and his eyes were like eggs. But I didn't know if he had broken ribs or his femur was sticking out of his body. I mean, it didn't seem to be, but I didn't know if he had internal bleeding. I didn't know until I saw the hospital photos in May how obvious it was that this body was not hit by a car or anything like a car, and this body looks like it was beaten up. So it was every couple months. So we got that tip. We didn't get much. March and April of 2022 were very tough. John was in my life so much, so thickly, and then he wasn't anymore. It was the only relationship I've had, and I've had many I'm 45, and I've been dating since I was a teenager, that ended with such finality. I can't call him when I'm out in Boston at 1 a.m. when the bar closes, like I did when I was in my 20s. I can't miss him in a few weeks and say, just thinking of you, or can I drop by and see you? I've never been forced to deal with such finality. I've never had a death that close to me. So March and April were difficult. There just wasn't anything going on. We weren't getting any police reports. I still didn't know what they were using to charge me. And it was in May that they finally released the photos that were taken of him at the hospital, and then the autopsy, with two different events. And it was very obvious to me, this is not what they're claiming. There's a cracked taillight on my car, and John is pristine from the neck down, with the exception of his right arm. And coupling that, and David continued to get this anonymous tip to look at Brian Albert. coupling those together, it gave me hope that I may be able to figure out what happened.
Wow.
This podcast is presented by AMC Plus.
How we feeling, brother?
Wow. I mean, she's, in great detail. I mean, she brings up I was just, thinking about some of the things she said, about reading that affidavit through the bars, like the charges, that docket. Just like, how she was explaining and expressing how it was. I mean, it was just, she was still in like awe, God bless her, man.
Well, she can't really talk about what she knows or what she thinks happens because of the, she's doing a good job of telling the story, basically like in a third party sense, like this is what I think or this is what I heard. She can't really say this is what I know because she's still got the civil shit,
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, read between the lines, or should I say, read between the lies of all the shit they done said. I mean, all the butt dials, everything she's saying.
Yeah,
When you break it all down, that's what I say about the conspiracy. It's like they want to say we created a conspiracy, but every time we turn to stone, this is what we found, and it's like, come on, stop it, will you?
And like how she said that, all those butt dials, like you're saying, like how there was 20 of them. I mean, the different things, when they spoke about the dog, it was almost like it seemed like a dead end to them because people could access certain records to without having a say a DNA sample or papers. I mean, if it was
Hold on one second, bro. I'm gonna pull that back up, dude. Go ahead, finish your thought. Finish your thought.
Like say you have you buy a dog from a breeder. Usually, you get papers with the dog which state who the parents of the dog are. I mean, there is still ways that you could have found out about the DNA or got some kind of a reference, to go against. But it just seemed like they didn't want to chase that, And just the fact that the dog was, rehomed and, no one talked about it, It seemed like we all knew that the Commonwealth hid the dog being in Maine for, a good amount of time.
One of the more shocking pieces of footage connected to your case, you had no idea that they were coming because you're just in short pajamas and you're begging to change before they take you in. And then eventually they mock you because you beg to change. And they're like, look at how much she cares about being on TV. Have you seen the footage?
I have seen stills of it, but I've steered clear. It is very difficult for me. And I've warned my parents not to. I think my dad just watches everything, but I've warned them not to.
I'm being charged with second-degree murder now?
That's correct.
I have no idea what this is about now.
This is about the same exact incident, okay? Where's the medication?
Can I use the ladies' room?
I understand. We're gonna get
Call
all
your
that.
parents and they can come over and retrieve any item you need at once.
She's freaking out.
Hold on. What about the shoe wear? What kind of footwear do you wear?
Anything, but can I? These are. I don't even have underwear. Can I put pants on?
Again, your parents can come over here and retrieve anything.
We'll get that
You're a piece of shit, Proctor.
Can I put pants on, please?
Can you just step over the side, please?
Where are your pants?
Thank you,
At
Lord
the foot of
Talkins.
my bed. Can I just have a pair of
Sergeant,
jeans?
we'll get those. And in the meantime,
Straight
just
having a
call
panic attack.
Call the stripper right here, all right?
Where can I put my pants on?
At the barracks.
Can I put them on before I go out of my house, please?
That's not part of our procedure. Once
Shouldn't
someone
I
is
put pajamas?
But you have a chance to change.
Through the barracks.
Every situation is different.
Then you gotta put that in the floor, they'll double lock. It's just like, see how crazy she is? Give me the cameras on her. She's more concerned when she looks like on TV.
Yeah. I'm still recording
Wow.
this call, you know. Okay.
I have seen the footage from my own backyard camera after I was arrested the first time. And once I started to figure out what was happening, I was frightened. I was frightened about who was on the other side, who was on the law enforcement side that is trying to pin this on me.
Yeah.
And who killed John that could be in my backyard right now.
Goddamn.
And then I learned about Sandra Birchmore. I did worry. I live alone. I'm like a sitting duck.
Mhm.
Will I be hanging from a doorknob in my house? And they
Damn.
could easily explain it as guilt, depression over what had happened, and she just gave up. So the first 6 months of 2022 were difficult. I had not even been explained to the concept of an upcharge.
Right.
My understanding was you get indicted on what you were charged for. I didn't realize that the district attorney can present anything he wants to the grand jury, and they can charge me with anything. They could have charged me with also breaking into the Alberts house and stealing their TV set while I was parked outside. I didn't realize that, and shame on me that I didn't learn that. I was trying to learn as much as I could. During these months, I was reading a book every couple days just about the criminal justice system and defending yourself and how this works. But June 9th, I was home alone like I was most days. I would do yard work. I'd put headphones in. I'd wait for one of the lawyers to call. I had been mowing the lawn. I hadn't showered yet. I was wearing boxers, and I actually just had a tank top on. I didn't have any underwear on. And I came in from doing yard work, and I decided I was going to cook for myself. I mean, this was my catharsis. I would go outside. I tried to get sun. I did a lot of ask my neighbors. I was out in my yard every day, just trying to sweat, at least physically tire myself out so I could sleep at night. And I was cooking. I was trying to eat well. So I was making a pot of chili.
Nice.
I was finishing everything up. I had music on, and all of a sudden I hear voices. And I lower the music. I go to the front door,
And there they
my
are.
windows are open. My storm door is closed, but the screen is up. And I heard a voice say, "Let's do this in the back. There's cameras out front." I had a very clear, it wasn't a Ring doorbell. It was it was private security system, but there was a very visible camera over the front door. But I also had them 360 around my whole property. So I heard that voice, "Let's do this around back. There's cameras out here." I see two cops. I couldn't make out who they were, but I could see them walking around by the garage of my property, which kind of requires you to go down into the driveway. The garage sits under the house, and then up a hill into my backyard. So I start shaking. I look out a window. I see there's a Mansfield, the town I lived in, Mansfield, Massachusetts, cruiser. And then I think two unmarked cars. Maybe there was a third. And I thought that something's happening. The first person I see, now I'm looking out the back window. I'm reaching for my cell phone. I see Michael Proctor in plain clothes walking by himself. Now he's soon to be followed by Buchnick and another state trooper, I believe, and a Mansfield cop. I think the state police have to call in local assist whenever they're in a different jurisdiction. For a split second, I thought Michael Proctor was
Coming to get you. Yeah.
I had no idea. Why is he here? Why is he in plain clothes? Why is he at my back door, which is almost in the woods? There's no inviting path to my back door. You'd have no reason to go looking for my back door.
Right.
I called David Yannetti, and it's just like a dream where you just can't dial the number, or you're trying to text and you can't get the text right. And it's like that in real life. Like your hands are shaking, and I think I dialed his number like 3 or 4 times before I finally was able to dial it correctly. And I said, "David, Proctor's here. There's police here. I don't know what they're doing." And I can't remember if David told me that he had just gotten a phone call that I was indicted, or if he guessed they may have just indicted you. I knew that they were close to, I was hearing through the grapevine that people were testifying. So I can't remember exactly what David said to me. I think I either called my dad. I think I called my dad. And I said, Dad, I think I'm getting arrested again. And my poor dad, I know that was one of the worst moments of this whole thing, because we were just completely bewildered.
Yeah.
What now? So I take the phone. It's still dialed in. I'm connected to David.
I'm in my pajamas. I don't even have shoes on. I'm getting charged with second-degree murder now?
That's correct. Ideal homicide and leaving the scene causing death and boiling.
I walk outside. One of the first things that happens, Proctor is reading me. He's reading me my rights, and he's telling me that I've been charged with murder. And Buchnick, in the middle of all this, I'm on sensory overload, but I'm trying to absorb what's going on. Buchnick takes my cell phone and goes, I'll be taking that. And he puts the cell phone, still connected to David Yannetti, in his pocket. There is no search warrant for that phone. That is not the phone I had on January 29th. They already have that phone.
Right.
So they did, for some period of time, have my replacement cell phone, and who knows what they did with it. I know when they took it, there was an active line open to David Yannetti. So I know when Buchnick took the phone, there was at least an open line. So while Proctor's reading this to me, the indictment and my rights, he starts pinning my arms behind my back, and I'm trying to move away from him because I still don't understand. I've done everything. I've shown up at every hearing. I'm at my house. I haven't broken the law. I haven't driven. Why am I being arrested? I did hear the word murder, so there's gears grinding in my head that something's gotten worse here. So he's trying to pin my arms and cuff me, and I'm trying to move away from him. And at the same time, I'm saying to him, now I haven't heard the tape, but my recollection is I'm saying to him, can I please have some clothes? I'm not even wearing underwear. I've had a colostomy bag at 4 different periods in my life. So leaving anywhere without pants or underwear or certain materials that I need is of the utmost embarrassment. And Proctor knows this.
God
he
damn.
said, I did see a clip of him saying she's worried because I think it was on TV.
Yes.
He said she's worried what she looks like for the cameras. All she can think about is the cameras.
He says, you see how crazy she is. She is more concerned about how she looks on TV.
See how crazy she is? Look at the cameras on her. She's more concerned what she looks like on TV.
Yeah. Proctor.
Clown! You are a clown! Clown!
Proctor, remember you, buddy? Remember you? You were crying like a little sucker. Remember, Proctor? When you were crying? Proctor? You were crying, Proctor, right? We remember you crying, buddy. Remember this, Proctor?
Tough.
Fuck you, Proctor.
One of the texts that you sent about Karen Reed is that you said hopefully she kills herself. You texted this to your sister. And that seems incredibly unprofessional for a homicide investigator.
Fuck you,
speaking
Proctor.
about his suspect.
It was made in jest. It's a figure of speech.
No, it ain't.
Figure of speech? Do you use that commonly?
Yes. Not
What?
commonly, but it's a figure of speech.
Oh, wow.
I made in jest. It wasn't like literally, I hope she kills herself.
Oh, okay.
100% understand why people would think that.
Oh, why?
But when you have,
what?
A fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, it generates an emotion.
Okay.
And I expressed those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything.
Some of his texts were with colleagues, including 2 superiors.
When we first got into her phone, the number one thing I wanted to review was location data, text messages. And when we got into the phone, I texted the guys at work, our work chain, that joke. No nude so far, guys.
Scariest phrase I think I've ever heard from a detective.
Any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
We work this case just like we always do.
Given what we now know about how this case was investigated and not investigated, for him to literally say on national TV, nah, not so much. I would work this case just the same way I'd work every other case. Every other defendant, every other defense attorney who has represented a defendant in which Michael Proctor has touched a piece of evidence should be clamoring for some sort of habeas corpus, some sort of retrial. He is a disaster in terms of an investigator. For him to say, maybe I should have looked at another car, maybe I should have interviewed a couple of witnesses. Are you kidding? He acts like it's an afterthought. That is your job, sir.
Tell him.
God damn.
Kills herself.
God damn, Alan.
Tough.
You are a clown, a clown. You are a clown, a clown. You are a clown, a clown. You are a clown, a clown.
The text that you sent about
You are a
Karen
clown,
Reed
a
is that you said
clown.
hopefully she...
You are a clown.
Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. We just wanted to let you know here at the JFK channel, because we do things too, and we bring you the facts. Proctor is a fucking clown piece of shit, and we figured we'd add to the Rotten Mango podcast. She kind of left that out, so we made sure we got that in. But back to the Rotten Mango podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, people.
Yeah.
More of Proctor misrepresenting everything, including that. First of all, the only reason cameras were there is because the district attorney or the state police called cameras. I arrived at the state police barracks an hour later, and they were all there. I was escorted from the barracks the next morning for my arraignment, and they were all there, and they were all at the courthouse. So the only reason cameras are involved is because you're parading me and trying to make a case out of this. You're trying to show me looking this way like a criminal, and that's why you call the cameras in. But I should be allowed to put pants on or shoes. So Buchnick goes into my house. I see him on my own home surveillance system. He's in my house for about 10 minutes.
Damn.
I told him where my closet was, where the room was. I have a bunch of suits. I was a professional wearing suits and professional attire my whole career. I have a closet filled with these clothes, and I directed him to that closet. He instead goes to the barracks with a pair of flip-flops. I don't know where he found them from. My Havaianas that I wear to the beach, and ripped jeans that I had just taken off from mowing my lawn. They had holes. They didn't cover my ankles. I would never wear these jeans. The grass stains. I can't remember if they gave me the clothes to wear that night in the cell or if.
Goddamn, Buchnick, you piece of shit.
Dude grabbed all the fucking work gear.
God damn, Buchnick.
He gave him to me before I went to court in the morning. A girlfriend of mine came to the barracks in the middle of the night with court clothes, with black pants, a black top, and black shoes. And they would not allow me to put those clothes on for court. So I heard her come in.
See that? They wouldn't let they didn't want her to look, because they knew if she put the suit on, like that goes a long way in the court, the perception, especially if you're going to be on cameras. They wanted to make it look like she was unhinged and that, she was on a different type of vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a mess.
And I was in a cell, and she said, "Can I give these for Karen for the morning?" And they said something to her like, we can't guarantee that, but we'll take them. They gave them to me at some point the next day. They didn't allow me to put them on. Instead, they forced me to take the bag of clothes that Buchnick had secured, which was ripped jeans and flip-flops.
Damn.
That night was one of the worst nights of my life in the past 4 years, because I called David from jail, and he was worried. He was not able to tell me anything to allay my fright. I mean, it's not concern, it was fright. And he said, "They've upcharged you with murder. I don't know how they're able to do that, on what evidence, but they've increased the charges. They want to keep you locked up now through trial, through verdict. But if we're asking for bail, they're requesting $1 million, which of course I did not have. So I spent the night knowing that I've got to go before a judge tomorrow. I didn't know what judge it would be. And I have to hope they lower this bail, that they allow me to post it. A judge can deny you bail altogether, that you're a danger to society. You've been indicted for murder. You're not going home.
There are active lawsuits between you and Michael Proctor, amongst others, so there's some things that you can't say, but there are things that are indisputable. So Michael Proctor himself has admitted that he has texted people in group chats. He texted that he hasn't found your nudes yet. He talked about and made fun of your medical condition, saying, quote, "She's got a leaky balloon knot. It leaks poo." Calling you a, quote, "whack job cunt," and then basically saying you are a babe with no ass.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
When did you first find out about these text messages?
It's crazy.
What was going on in your mind?
I knew there were vile text messages. They were under a federal protective order. They were first encountered by my team, by my lawyers in February of 2024, just before the first trial.
Wow.
I was not able to view these text messages. I just knew the generals, that they existed, and I knew they were involved in the cross-examination prep, which I was very involved in.
To have him, Michael Proctor himself, on the stand reading out what he sent, what's going on in your mind?
There had been some leaks on Twitter that I saw an account, we called her a big, which I assumed someone like him uses language like that anyway. I knew in general that they were vile, but when he read them, I was actually annoyed that Adam Lally preempted us bringing these messages out in cross-examination. That should have been our moment. He's your lead detective. You're letting him lay this case out. This is showing bias. And you always run into this issue with trial, that if the evidence has already come out, you risk the judge saying, "Mr. Jackson, Mr. Yannetti, that's already been asked and answered." So there was this worry that Lally is going to let Proctor read the text messages with very flat affect, and he did. You could barely understand. She's a babe with no ass. She has a leaky balloon knot. And next question, it was by design. Let's get him out there and preempt the defense from getting it out there. Luckily, we were still allowed, and we made the biggest moment of it. I cared more about his lies. What he said about me and my anatomy, it's disgusting, but it did not embarrass me. Michael Proctor does not have the ability to embarrass me. In fact, I have all that I have in my life right now, and the love and support and new endeavors such as this, and meeting people like you, ironically, because of Michael Proctor and what he tried to do to me. Joking about my apple. I mean, I don't even want to say it was a joke. He was talking about my rectum and that I've had rectal surgery.
Right.
That this is a father of children, of boys, scarily. This is a husband of a woman, someone's son. This is a cop with power and carrying a gun and my age, more or less. And this is what this is his vernacular. A balloon knot and talking about my rectum.
Crazy.
You're not embarrassing me. You're embarrassing yourself.
Facts.
And my medical issues, I've never been embarrassed by. I've struggled to deal with them in society and in intimate situations. But I'm proud of what I've had to deal with.
Good for you, Karen.
The more I talk to people and the older I grow, I know everyone's got something. No one's escaping completely in one piece as we age.
Nope.
I cared more about his lies.
I love that.
Him lying so blatant.
Hey, all you haters out there, mic check to the gods. This is a message from the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. Another Karen Reed quote. No one is escaping in one piece as we age. No one's escaping. We're losing furniture. We're going to lose some teeth. We're going to lose some fingers. Our SI joints at our back, our knees are going to crack. We might get some of our colon taken out. You might get your breast taken off because cancer's a motherfucker. So peace to all the women out there. Fuck cancer. Fuck colon cancer. Fuck breast cancer. You just don't know. Lung cancer. You just don't know. You might lose some hair. God damn. You know what I mean? We all can't be blessed with that hairline like Jay Brill, that motherfucker.
God damn, Jay.
You know,
Yeah,
we ain't leaving in. We ain't leaving in one. Yeah, we ain't leaving in one piece.
Every search warrant, 9 of them took the car at 5:30. Took the car at 5:30. Why? Because the CERT team, and this was another major lamppost in 2022 for me, was when I was finally indicted after the awful experience of June 9th into June 10th. The floodgates opened, and now we get all the discovery. And a cousin of mine who's an attorney, we agreed we'd get the discovery, which was thousands of pages. And we attacked it from, I think she went from the beginning to the middle, and I went from the end to the middle. And she's a lobbyist. She was working full time, but every night she went home. I worked on it all day. She worked on it all night. And she called me one night. This isn't about July. So I've been indicted now and upcharged for a month, and we're working our way through our discovery. I don't know what day. I would be guessing, but it was like a Thursday, a weeknight. She calls me at about 10 or 11, and she said, Karen, read the CERT report. This is the crime scene services search team. It's 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and there's a whole box for a narrative about the evidence that was found at 34 Fairview, and there's only 4 lines that I needed glasses to read what they said. And it was that the first pieces of red and clear lens were found at 34 Fairview. I can't remember if the report said 5:45 or 6 p.m. And then all of a sudden my light was not there all day long, because that was something I could not reconcile for months and months in 2022. But how did my taillight get there? How did they somehow find pieces of it broken at John's house from when I hit John's car at 5 a.m? And were they able to transport those? That's the only thing I could figure out. And I still didn't have an answer as to why he lied about taking my car at 5:30 when he actually took it and left at 4:15. And it was that night in July. The CERT team did not find taillight until after Proctor had the taillight. And he had to get himself out of Canton at 5:45. If he's in Dighton at 5:30 in a blizzard, 35 miles from Canton, there's no way he can be in Canton with the Lexus and the Lexus's red taillight at 5:45. And it was just the biggest eureka of, more than the text messages, more than the butt dials, more than the phone and the SIM card cut up at the Air Force Base. To me, it was the cornerstone, because it just bothered me. I just couldn't reconcile, how did my taillight get there? I know I did not break my taillight at 35. I tried to think of every scenario in which I could have, and none of it was reasonable. And then I realized that moment it was placed there after they had access to it.
And the inverted footage.
And the inverted footage. I mean, the inverted footage didn't come for 2 more years. But when Proctor was on the stand reading the messages.
He's a whack job. See you.
Objection. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
I'm going through his client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the client?
I was referring to Miss Reed.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that.
You sucker.
I acknowledged him going through the phone. on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing
these cops
retarded on a text message.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but I cannot speak for
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds. Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
At the bottom, from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she skated.
They try to
She's
hide Proctor.
effed.
Crazy.
She's fucked.
I mean, they did hide Proctor.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
What up, Nick Rocco?
Yes.
Put your peace signs up for Nick Rocco
Somebody
in
in
the
the
chat.
group
Peace
says,
signs up.
is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a
Peace,
question mark.
Nick Rocco.
Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nutbag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
But you're still friends with him?
I am.
Damn.
He could be a pig and I could still be guilty. That's why I wanted the focus of the jury to be on Proctor's lies and the
Right.
actual framing and how was this orchestrated, and not on the fact that this man is a vile
Piece of shit.
pig who talks about people's rectums. You could still have a guilty woman and just a
God. Yo, the Patriots.
We break it down, we keep it going and flowing. Welcome to the stream. Fuckery donuts now open. Night after night. Strike after strike. We got a full flight. Let's go. What type of donuts do you like? Jelly. My favorite. Lemon. Ooh, la la. Ooh, behave. Butter caramel. Loving. Blueberry. It was all a dream. Oh, what about Boston cream? B-Town. Let's go. Ba ba ba. What about the underrated gem? Hold up, let me tell them again. They not knowing. Come again. Yup. Fuckery donuts now open. 3 donuts, yup. 6 donuts, like Julie. Yes. How about 12 donuts? A dozen for the fam. Keep the stream flowing. Everyone is welcome. Yes, yes. Fuckery donuts now open. Lawn gamers. Let's go. Ba-ba-ba. What about the underrated gem? We break it down, we keep it going and flowing.
What you want to say, Kevy Kev? I seen that you wanted to say something.
No, I was just bouncing with the fucking music, my man.
All right. I believe you.
a very unprofessional investigator. I cared much more about the lies that enabled him to pull off what he pulled off. And the text messages were just, I just spent my energy assuring my parents that do not feel bad for me. This man does not have that power over me. Anyone who looks at me differently because some stranger who's never seen me naked is going to talk about my anatomy. Anyone who finds that entertaining or is going to judge me for it isn't anybody I want in my life anyway.
Yeah.
Facts.
During the trial,
That's right.
you're sitting there. The witnesses are going up onto the stand. They're testifying. They're like, Karen did this. Karen said this. How do you not go up and testify? Do you not have the urge to be like, no, let me tell you?
Right.
I did have the urge, and I tried to quell that and to satiate it by doing the documentary so that I could go back to the hotel at night and be interviewed. The judge was appearing to be so much more lenient with her rulings with the prosecution than she was with us. I mean, we had to fight for everything, and it seemed to be a one-way street, that there was a worry if I testified, the prosecutor, especially Brennan, he seemed to be given even more latitude than Lally was. He did this with our witnesses. He was putting words in their mouths in his questions of those witnesses. Not exactly, but for example, something like he would say to Dr. Wolf from ARCA, so after a car has backed up 60 feet at 20 miles an hour and damaged this arm, then did the car keep going? Like
Right.
you can't testify for the witness.
Right.
Wolf has to agree that car, I can't remember the numbers anymore. I used to know them with precision and now I don't, but
Right.
he would ask a question and insert the answer he wanted,
Right.
which he shouldn't be allowed to do, but he was. So
Right.
there was real risk. Same with risks putting Proctor on the stand, that we're not playing by the same rules, that Brennan was just so unethical in his questioning. I was really all right. I had lived 3 years before the first trial of long hearings, battling for things. I was getting used to it at this point. I don't think the public really started paying attention outside of the local market, really started paying attention until trial. But we had hours and hours of hearings for 3 years, including 2 arrests where I was in chains, shackled and handcuffed. So I had gotten very good at venting to the people that were there to be vented to. And I knew if I can escape this hell, I will be able to get my side out. So it wasn't as bad as people think. Like, how did you watch this person and not scream? I felt very close to God. I felt my parents' presence behind me. I had my lawyers who became like family, all of them to me. And I knew they were frustrated on my behalf. And I knew the public, especially by the second trial, the public knew what was happening, that Karen, this isn't your scourge. This is not your cross alone. Everybody behind you and around you is carrying it. Do not let it eat at you. Do not let that person control you. They were all so repetitive and so like one another. Like, I don't recall, and it was the defendant. And I wish I'd known. I wish I had gone outside. And it wasn't laughable. It was very serious, but it was very predictable. And I hope it was transparent to the jury. And apparently it was to both juries, because I was acquitted both times.
Did you get a vibe that Auntie Bev did not like you?
Yeah.
Judge Canoni.
Yes. I felt that Judge Canoni did not. I felt that she had a personal animus towards me. Absolutely. I felt it very early on. In our early hearings in 2022, we wouldn't be called right away because there were other cases. They started prioritizing us, and we were drawing such crowds that when we would have a hearing, they would get it started very promptly to help clear the courthouse, get us all in and get us all out, get the media out, and then hear other cases. But early on, when it wasn't attracting a big crowd, we would wait our turn, and there'd be other cases and other defendants called. And I was sitting at a hearing, I want to say it was September of 2022. It was like the first hearing that Alan was on the team for. And we were sitting in the back row, if you're looking at the courtroom on the left side, waiting. And there were maybe 4 other cases that she called. And every defendant, it was all 4 men, maybe 1 woman. Thank you for being here. Thank you for dressing professionally for court. She said this. It was it was on repeat for every thank you for being here, thank you for dressing professionally to
Thank you,
court. This
Michigan
happened
girl.
multiple hearings. She never said it to me. There were moments that I felt she was
Thank you, one girl,
um,
Melly.
she was ruling unfairly, but as far as not liking me, that was the first indication I felt she may not like me personally for some reason. And then there was a moment with the verdict form in trial 1 where
Right.
I mean, your viewers need to see the verdict form if they haven't, that they then tried to present in the
Right.
second trial. Again, this verdict form.
Crazy.
It had, just by setup,
Oh
it
my
had the
God.
word guilty 8 times and
Right.
the word not guilty 3 times.
Damn.
It's visually
confusing.
It's visually confusing.
God damn.
What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry.
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry.
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry.
Because I was having Jen get the baby blanket.
Hey, Jen, I just want to tell you, we see you, girl. Are you watching? You all caught up? This is you right here next to John O'Keefe as they're yelling and screaming, right? Look at you, Jen. Look at you. Look at you twirling your hair. John's at the bar right now. He's at the bar paying his tab or grabbing another drink. And look at you twirling your hair, Jen. Look at you looking right over at Higgins, staring right over at him at the door, screaming, "Come on, man. What are you doing, you punk, you bitch?" Whatever he's saying, you hear him. You know shit's getting real. Look at you. Look at you twirling your hair. Look at you turning around again. Look, turn around one more time. Come on. You see exactly what's happening. Now John turns around, doesn't he? You're telling John, look. And what do? John turns around, puts his wallet in his back pocket. And what do, Jen? Right? John does the heel toe. And what do, Jen? You walk right over to Chris Albert. That's you right there walking over to Chris Albert, right underneath the 1158. John's turning around. Right under the 1158, you walk over to Chris Albert, where the green arrow's pointing from Higgins to John O'Keefe. Right under the 58, that's Jen McCabe. You can't see her, but right under the 2022 is Chris A. And Jen McCabe is making her way towards there to talk to him. Look at what this waterfall looks like, how big it looks like in there. It looks huge. It looks like there's so much distance. He could be talking to somebody else. Right? See, Jen walks over to him. She's looking around. She's all scared, right, Jen? Look at you, all nervous, Jen. You knew what was going down. Look at how nervous you are, Jen. Frightened. Oh, now you're talking to Chris. You're right underneath there talking. Chris is talking. He does the heel toe. It's about to go down. He drinks his beer. Heel toe. He waves, come on. Look at you, Chris. You stay right at the end of the bar. You're talking to him. There's John O'Keefe. I don't know what the fuck happened, John. I don't know. My hands are tied. I'm going to finish. All right. I'm out of here. All right. Have a good night, John. He looks to the left. He looks to the right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Let me get the fuck out of here, these clowns. And he's out of there. Chris says, look at Chris. Look at you, Chris A. Clean Chris A. Clean Chris A. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we're going over the Rotten Mangles podcast the only way we know how. We're just not going to go over the podcast like most people would do and just go over it. We're going to put in our fucking 2 cents to tell you and show you who is responsible for the death of Officer John O'Keefe. And without further ado, let's get back to Rotten Mangoes.
And it's prejudicing the jurors to think I'm guilty because they just see the word guilty so many times. So Alan is arguing with the court and with the clerk that we want to revise this verdict form. And she's arguing this is how it's always done, Mr. Jackson. This is how it's done in Massachusetts. I mean, that was the topic of what was happening at the time. And she just kind of dismissed it. And we're done here. And I went, like, just like that. And she said, "Is this funny, Ms. Reed?"
Yeah.
Okay, I disagree with you. All right, excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed? All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
I think it was prejudicial towards me, the defendant, that she chose to characterize my exasperation as making a joke of the proceeding. Is this funny, Ms. Reed? My jurors and the media heard that, and that was a gross mischaracterization. Judge Canoni knows exactly what my
Thank you, Jimmy.
reaction was. It was one of disbelief and exasperation and frustration. And she addressed me.
Right, Jimmy.
I have lawyers here who speak on my behalf. You can address my lawyers who can
Right.
address me.
Right.
But you addressing me directly is baiting me
Yeah.
to then respond to the court, which will not end well for me.
Nope.
But those and the list goes on. But her calling me out, like, she knows what I'm going through right now.
Yeah.
She knows how difficult this is for any defendant to stand trial.
But she
When
don't
the
give a fuck.
verdict was read, we were prepared for a sentencing hearing.
Right.
So my legal team in the days of the verdict watch was split up into two groups. At the hotel, Alan had a suite at one end of the top floor, and Bob Alessi had a suite at the other. And we had two teams. Liza, Evan, Alan, and I were working on the closing argument. David, Yannetti, Bob, and Sophie and Sydney, two of our interns, were in Bob's room working on a sentencing hearing. So if, God forbid, I was convicted of anything, which we thought there was a likelihood I could be convicted of the OUI based on how the first trial ended, hung up looking. Jurors were telling us they were looking for an OUI, not a manslaughter OUI, but just garden variety OUI that was not there. They were working on sentencing that if I was convicted of OUI, we fully expected, I did anyway, my lawyers were split, that Brennan would ask for the maximum 2 years.
Yep.
So it was such a difficult decision to put the OUI on the slip because I felt I was almost guaranteeing I was going to go to jail.
Right.
That with this district attorney and this judge,
There's
if
no
I
way.
don't put OUI on, the
It could
jury
go the
is
other way.
forced, if they want to convict me, it's
Manslaughter.
going to have to do with John's death. But
Right.
once I put OUI on, just drunk driving, I'm much more likely, based on the evidence, the blood alcohol taken from the hospital, I'm more likely to get a conviction. And while I'm not facing life in prison, I could be facing 2 years in prison. I had to have, I got about a dozen character letters, they're called, of not friends and family, but teachers I've had, students I've had, coworkers of mine. And the character letter has to be written on the premise that you are guilty. You're not arguing for my innocence. You have to accept the conviction, but then argue for the judge based on my character and what they know about me personally,
Not
that
give
she
you
should
time.
go light on sentencing. So I'm in one room preparing for a full acquittal with Alan's clothes. And then I'm running down the hall and making sure all the letters, the character letters are getting printed. And we have case law for the judge that this is a first time OUI. What do you do for a first time OUI? You suspend their license and they go to a drunk driving class.
Right.
If Brennan, which we expected was going to argue for jail time, we had to have a robust motion in opposition. Why not? So the verdict is read. I'm relieved, but I'm still waiting after the final not guilty, the leaving the scene was read. I still have sentencing because I was found guilty of the OUI. So Judge Canoni looks at Hank Brennan and says, and what do you recommend for sentencing? And this was almost more shocking than the verdict.
Yep.
Truly shocking. Like, I had expected it, if I had to bet an appendage, had thought if I was convicted of OUI or anything,
He's gonna give you
Brennan would
time.
ask for the max sentence. And I thought she would split the baby and say, well, the max is 2, I'm going to give her a year, which is still devastating. So she looks to Brennan and he says, the Commonwealth recommends 1 year probation with a suspended license. And she looks at him and says,
I'll be happy to do
same
it.
as every other first time offender. And he goes, same as every other first time. and it was like the most charitable thing.
Mhm.
Actually, not even charitable. I'm miscalibrated. It was fair.
You're not used to that.
Hey, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
I'll be happy to do that. Watch.
We recommend probation 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that you be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it.
I'll be happy
All
to
right,
do
thank
it.
you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation.
Would you believe
Docket
it?
number 002.
It's the wildest turn of events.
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't believe that this man, Brennan, was just
Scumbag.
arguing in his closing argument 2 days earlier
To give a
for me to
life.
spend my life in prison. And then he has a moment with a judge that seems favorable to him to send me to jail enough
For 2
to hurt.
years.
A week is enough to hurt.
Yeah.
And he says, just slap her on the wrist. I looked at him and it just, so wait, were you faking
this a
all
game?
along?
God damn, Hank Brennan. Were you faking all along?
Tail light.
Showed my dad my light. It was cracked. And he said, I just want to make sure the light is operational.
Did you telephonically? You called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
Correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, "I'm Nicole."
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, "Oh no, I'm not the homeowner."
Oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough.
A little when the ice cream truck was at the street next door, and I'm saying, "Did the ice cream truck come?" It's
No doubt some money! The ice cream man is coming!
Really, Jack?
You don't have no eyes. You didn't get none. You didn't get none.
Goddamn Jen McCabe. Oh no, I'm not the homeowner. When the feds rolled up.
Actually, they walked up to my car.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
Correct?
They didn't know.
They didn't know. No, they didn't identify yourself. What you say to the feds? What you say to the feds? The FBI, the fucking feds. What did you say to the FBI, Jen McCabe?
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, "I'm Nicole."
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, "Oh no, I'm not the homeowner."
Oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
And this is a conspiracy?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's insane. These people are insane.
Hey, can you let them know something real quick, Kev? Can you tell Jen real quick?
You all caught up, Jen?
Or this is the only way to be saved with your public image is you lost. So now you almost have to be reasonable. But this is just it just felt like a big game.
It
that
is.
They call in the jury, they're about to read the verdict. They stuff the courtroom with court officers because if I'm guilty of, if I'm sentenced to anything requiring incarceration, and if I'm convicted of murder, I'm getting cuffed right there on the spot. I can't reach behind and squeeze my mother. I can't hug one of my lawyers. It's over. And I'm walking out the back door. So they surround you and to prevent any outburst and to control me. And then in the blink of an eye, it's, just make her go to a DUI class. And there's a parade out front for her too, by the way. It was just.
That's crazy.
That was the most befuddling of the 3 months of the second trial was when Brennan said,
Well, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to, I know the show is going real smooth, right? But I have to bring it up. I'm sorry. There's been a lot of talk about when she came out on the platform that she didn't thank everybody. Well, just keep in mind, right before she came on the platform, this is what the fuck she's thinking. Let's say that one more time for the people in the back. Right before she came on that platform on the stairs of all of us cheering, and we was all out there. This is what she's thinking. She 100% thought she was going to jail, number one. And then he says, no, just give her probation. And she's just, her mind's blown. This is what she was thinking. So maybe her words weren't perfect. I mean, I thought they were great. Some people say, she didn't thank enough people. She talked about herself. But so just to give you a little bit of insight, and I ain't trying to rub it in, trying to be smooth tonight, but that's just factual information. So think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Facts over feelings. That's just a fun fact.
Just 1 year probation. I'm like, wait a minute. You've been trying to end my life. Can you at least be consistent?
Yeah.
And pretend you think I'm a bad person? Can you just finish the charade?
Right.
And even with the judge.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
It was
certainly, he said.
Same as every other. Like,
Certainly.
I haven't felt same as every other defendant at all in this courthouse. That I was still in shock at that I was convicted of the OUI and that Brennan didn't argue and all that work we did. Of course, because we were prepared, we didn't need it, thank God. But that was one of the more shocking events of the second trial for me.
That is part 1 of our interview with Karen Read. We're going to be posting the rest of the audio episode as well as the full video interview on our YouTube channel tomorrow, Rotten Mango, so stay tuned. Let me know in the comments what you think and stay safe.
We thought it was great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rotten
That
Mango.
was a great interview.
Thank you, Rotten Mango. I like the way you let it run, and I'm sure it's going to get 1 million views. You got something like, she got like 6 million YouTube, and she's all over Apple. She's popping, man, and this is what she needed. This is the timing was right. If she would have did it any other way, it wouldn't have been Rotten Tomatoes. Mangoes. Rotten Mangoes is a huge platform, bigger than them all, bigger than Core TV, bigger than Good Morning America. In this space, she's bigger than them all, and I think that the timing is perfect. And I think like with the Lifetime movie yesterday, this weekend into Monday, Patriots winning. What are we talking about here?
Patriots won.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Patriots winning. That's what I said, Jay Brilliant. Did I say they lost? I thought I said they won. God damn, Jay, bro.
Nah, no, my bad.
What are you getting on your Hank Brennan shit? Trying to put words in my mouth? God damn, son.
I didn't know
But
if you knew it was over yet.
Yeah, I know it's over. I'm looking down. The chat's letting us go. But the point I'm trying to make is the vibes are high. And, it's all about timing. It's all about timing. What you think, Jay Brill, about the interview?
I think it was great. She let out a lot of information that a lot of people probably need to know about. She spoke from her heart, too. She was sincere about everything.
Yep. Karen's case has opened up eyes in Massachusetts about all the corruption. She is leading the path for Eddie O'Brien and others to get justice. And we're taking the lateral pass or the assist, whatever how you want to parallel it to. We're up for the job. You're a friggin' warrior, Karen. You ain't got no quit. And I honestly don't know how you do it. You're stronger than me. That's for damn sure. Free Kelsey been holding us down all night tonight. Free Kelsey, rock bottom. Driving around pumping JFK today. Thank you so much. $4.99 with them goals. That one girl, Amelie with the jelly. JFK, Kevy Kev, Jay Brilliant. And I don't mean no disrespect, but you said that's what they call you. I'm just saying. You said it, not me. His Annis coming through. What type of donuts do you like? Fuckery, for sure. My favorite channel, another great evening. Thank you, gentlemen. Norman Corey said, JFK show, that video I sent you of Mr. O'Keefe pulling up on John's tailgate where Karen's Lexus struck it. Video is from the 30th of January. He knew Karen hit John struck, for sure. And Nancy dropping a 5-piece chicken McNugget. Goals, every boy. Good evening, boys. Speak the truth, Karen, for sure. Free Kelsey again. Disclaimer. Let's effing go. And we got Night Shift Nomad. Kevin. Keep strong, Karen. You are such a strength for women. For sure. Miss 808 coming through. You know the McAlbert listening party is lit. For sure. Oh, they don't like this. For real, Miss 808. Super chat check. And once again, the timing is right because Chris Albert just jumped on a platform. So what, like, that's what it's gotta be, right? Like, to me, when something happens that's mediocre, like the Lifetime movie, it's perfect that this is jumping in to be like, yeah, that's Lifetime, but this, bam, you know.
Oh yeah, real time.
I'm not celebrating a Lifetime movie. I had an hour conversation earlier with Kevy Kev. I'm upset that I don't have my own short film that I was planning on to do. The only reason why I put the brakes on it is because of the timing with me to do it, right? I have my own short film that I'm working on to do some visuals, and I haven't been able to really push the go ahead because things unfolded the way they unfolded. And I was like, man, you know, I don't really celebrate that Lifetime movie, not because I'm hating on it. I like the fact that it's getting awareness. I like the fact that it's getting the story out there. I can understand why people are excited if they're in the movie, but I'm just not excited about that aesthetic. I don't think the movie was worth praising over. I'm talking about the overall thing. This has nothing to do with who's in it and none of that shit, just the overall. But it's like, what do you counter with? And here she is. Boom. You know, now we kind of can let that, if anything, we can add to the Lifetime movie and kind of help the promotion of it, like as far as saying, well, you watch that and you're confused, now listen to this and understand. Or we can say, fuck that movie and listen to this. Whatever way you want to play it. But the fact is, there's a counterpunch to it, and it's keeping the momentum going. And on top of that, JFK is here tonight. Oh, the one and only Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen, and Jay Brilliant, who will track you down. We're here tonight going over the Rotten Mango interview and adding more flavor to it, so to speak. So we're just adding on to the awareness. And don't forget about the long game. There's 624 people in chat right now here with us, riding the wave, the momentum, chatting and engaging. So it's just helping the cause. Keep in mind, this trial of the civil suit is coming up, and Karen's looking to, you know, get justice for John. So this is just a good pivot, you know, so to speak. What up, Kevin? Kev, talk to people.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, with the interview with Rotten Mango's interview, I thought it was great. I mean,
thank you, Erica.
You know, you really got the perspective of what was going on in her mind. You know what I mean? These all these different events as how they impacted her as a person. You know what I'm saying? Like with her feelings, like feeling trapped.
That's right, Renee.
You know, feeling, you know, when she seen Proctor coming around the back of the house. I mean, that's real life shit. I mean, she was being, you know, truthful. You know, I could see that, you know, happening.
Thank
like,
you, Hippo Mom.
Like, Jesus Christ, what's going on? Why is he in my backyard?
Night Shift Nomad. I just want to jump in real quick, Kev. Sorry, this is a great comment. This is by far the best and most supportive chat on YouTube. Everybody truly cares for each other. Thank you so much for the words.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, with just her emotions, with the way she explained, you know, some of these different
Terry, thank you.
The actions that they took.
God bless you too. Karen speaks as a woman of deep faith. Also, Stevie Wonder could see Judge Canoni detested Karen. That one girl, Mary, said, God damn. Miss 808, don't be in an emergent situation around Jennifer McCabe. You're screwed for sure. Thank you. Karma is a mirror. Hear that, McAlbert's TB is a clown. That's a great analogy. Karma is a mirror. I like that. I always say calm is your conscience. I kind of came up with that myself because I don't believe like when people say bad things happen to you if you do bad, because if that's the case, then why does babies get cancer? They didn't do anything bad, right? Is that their karma? So I always say calm is your conscience. If you're out there doing bad shit, sooner or later you gotta like exactly what you're saying. Look in the mirror, you know. And we all do. I'm not perfect. I'm a flawed motherfucker, man. Be clear. you know, and I'm trying my best. And it sucks when someone don't see you growing and they don't respect your growth. So then you got to protect it. And then you could spiral out of control by protecting your growth. You could say a bad thing by trying to protect or trying to explain to someone who just don't care, who's trying to spin you. And that's always the problem you're going to have. That's why it's very important who you choose to be around.
Yep.
What the Duck, our girl, gifted 5 JFK memberships. And remember, people, it's all green, everything in this chat. AGE.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on me. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on me.
Cas Pajamas with gifted 10 JFK memberships. Thank you so much. Our girl Sandy out in Cali. Sandy, I hope you're doing well, girl. Hear it from Karen helps me feel strength. Helps me feel her strength and opens my heart more with love and respect for this beautiful and amazing woman, my spiritual compass. Thank you so much. Stevie, what up, brother? 20-piece Steve in the house. What up, man? JFK, Kevy Kev, J Brill. Idea. Instead of a documentary, I think a podcast of Eddie would reach more people and raise money for the advertise. I can help. Can I email? Yeah, you can email. I mean, you know, there's only so much he can say though. If you're talking about getting him on the show, I mean, that's something that it could be in the works. But we got something going on. JFK's working. When I touch down in Beantown, man, it's lights, camera, action. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make something out of nothing. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make it happen. I move fast. I'm not the type of guy that sits there and I don't believe in waiting. I don't believe that. I just think that's like I'm urgent in the moment. If there's momentum, you can never ever go against momentum. Once you have momentum in something, you got to go with it. If you start winning a fight, let's just say you're fighting someone and you get on top of them, you don't stop. Because then the fight could turn around and you get beat up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like you got to stay on top, man. Like so there's momentum. So sometimes you got to sacrifice a little bit instead of trying to like. And I feel like with Karen, you know, her situation, it worked out perfect for her. You know, but I can see some people saying, hey, you know, you should have moved and did this faster and this and that. But I think her story, and same with Eddie, it's really no rush to it, to really tell it. But the JFK story of Eddie, I feel that it needs to get out there. I feel even with the Karen Reed, with the Higgins calling the phone and this whole thing, how we went against, I feel like there's a sub story in the Karen Reed movement and everybody sees it every day and people talk shit about us every day and say we divided the community. I think that sub message is not about us dividing the community. I think it's about that we had the understanding of how deep this case really was as far as the after effects, what it would do to somebody and what she really was facing. And I think a lot of people, like as Karen was saying, that Hank Brennan kind of took it as a joke at the end, right? Just give her probation. Yep. And just get her out of here. And her mind's blown. That's kind of the same way I feel when people are fucking recording people and acting like this means nothing. And people are acting like I could just say she's a see you next Tuesday and I could say whatever I want and I can yap and I can say this one did this to his girlfriend and this one's a piece of shit and you're a loser and you live in your garage, you live in your car. I'm just like, wait a minute. I thought we were on the road of corruption, the pain of it, like the aftertaste, the afterburn, like, you know, like firefighters still sit on the scene for hours after putting that fire out. You know what I mean? It's not just because you don't see it in Gulf doesn't mean that shit still ain't.
There's an amber burning.
You feel me? Like they still got to put it out. There's still after effects, and I already knew what the after effects are. So I already knew the importance of keeping when everything was in an idle situation to keep the momentum right. And I feel like we let our foot off the gas. But I'm happy tonight that we're on the right side of things. And that's a good thing. So I guess it all worked out the way it needed to work out. Cheers to the chat. Swim deep, long gamers, for sure. EPAGs, happy 111 Portal 2026. Manifest your vision. Thank you so much. Final goal, Phil. Thank you so much. Here we go. No, I'm not suggesting pause as interviewing Eddie, but telling his story when interview is with his parents, add your audience view, etc. Storytelling. I mean, we got 37 episodes, and we interviewed the parents. You didn't see that? We did interview the parents, and we're gonna interview the parents in person. We got something coming. We're working. I appreciate the opinion, but or your vision. I'm always down for help. You can email me at JFK Show Off, and you can, I'm always willing to listen. But I mean, that kind of goes without saying, right, Hannah? Like, we're definitely gonna add to the Eddie story, but and we have so much material already. We just got to put it together and give it a timeline because there's so many episodes, the 37 episodes. We got to put it in one space where people can sit back and look at the timeline, kind of like what Karen did tonight on Rotten Tomatoes, where it's all laid out and people can hear it in full and they're like, holy shit. Not where it's like we're only getting so much of an audience that's listening. The ones that are in the know, because people on the outside, I don't know if they're going to do their due diligence and go back and listen to every episode to really understand exactly what we uncovered. So I think we should take everything we uncovered, put it into one 30-minute, 35-minute piece, and go out, hit the ground a little bit, show the area, maybe go out and reach out to some people physically, and take it from there. So yeah, it's something that we're working on, and it's something that we're definitely gonna do. But yeah, definitely gonna hit the gas with that. But I would love to do it big time though too. I would love to, because keep in mind when you film a documentary, you need a film with Netflix cameras, meaning like your camera has to be a certain level. It needs to be like a Canon Red. It needs to be like a certain pixel to be on streaming sites. It's no different than when we're doing the show with Static Selector like the other day, and dudes were sending in these mixes to their songs that weren't good mixes. When you put a mixed song on a radio station, the radio station will bring out the flaws, right? And also, if you got a great mix, the radio station will bring out the good mix, right? Because it's the way the radio station, the high, the high Q of it. You know what I mean? That the way it goes through, like the technology of the radio, of the broadcast. So it's no different than the streaming companies. Like you can do a stream, but you got to have the right cameras. That way you and you're talking about cameras that are like 7-8 grand. You know what I mean? You're not talking about iPhones that are 1700. You're talking about $7,000, $8,000 cameras, and you want to shoot with them. That way, you get that project on that type of level, so you can sell it or push it to a streaming site, and it meets the qualifications to be on the streaming site. So we're lucky we got YouTube. We could go with 1080, but when you start hitting the streaming sites, because some people want to watch it on their 75-inch and they want that shit to be in their living room. You know what I mean? Because when you put us, there's some people who are watching us in their living room now. I mean, we look decent, but when just imagine if we were on like a 5K camera, we would look crazy in your living room. You would think that you would think we was in your living room. So that's just one to grow on. So it's just like, it depends how you want to do it, right? Do you want to get it out there and sacrifice the aesthetic and do it great, do it good, or do you want to do it great? And I think you could do both, because it ain't gonna hurt to do both. You could do it the JFK way and do it pretty great, and then you could do it greater if someone else wants to get involved and put a budget behind it, and do reenactments. It'd be cool to get like a guy who's 6'5" to play Eddie and kind of reenact that whole shit that night. You know what I mean? Because no one ever seen a visual of it, what happened. I don't think there ever was a reenactment of the Eddie O'Brien story. You know what I mean? That kind of would give you insight if you go back, if you talk to Eddie and you kind of get exactly what he's seen that day, and then you have him talking to it with a visual that can make people say, So these are the things, I mean, these are the things you got to do, but it all takes time, and time is the biggest currency there is, point blank, period.
Yeah.
The time. You know?
Facts.
I don't know. I'm just rambling on. Free Kelsey gifted 10 JFK memberships. What up, Free Kelsey? Thank you so much. Thank you for staying on the right side of things, even when there was turbulence. It does not go unnoticed. I appreciate that, What the Duck. And that's what we were trying to say. You know what I mean? That's what we were trying to say. Because when it's all said and done, like, this is what people go through when they fight cases like this. And like, there's no need for us to, like, I don't think anybody feels good. I don't think anybody should feel good for talking shit about Karen after hearing, especially after hearing this interview.
Yeah. Yeah. Like this interview, like, you know, you get a sense of feeling on, you know, the emotional part about it. You know, how that impacts, you know, this could have been any one of us. You know,
and keep in mind, she said something about the FOIA. It's funny with the FOIA thing because she kind of got mad at LTL, quiet as kept. When he pulled that FOIA, she was kind of upset, and she kind of said it in this because she didn't want her dad to see that when she was in the police station for the upcharge when they went to her house. And that's what changed our mind about a lot of things, right, Kev, when we went over that, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We actually have a video right now. I think it's on YouTube. Well, it's on YouTube. It's on one of our videos, but we actually put it on Facebook. The one we did on Facebook, when I took the clip of it, it's got 55,000 views on Facebook. When she got arrested, and we go over it, how she wanted to tell them, and they wouldn't let her talk. I think it's on Twitter too. It's got like 100,000 views on Twitter.
Wow.
I don't know if I put a clip. It might be on one of my shorts because I do a lot of shorts, people. If you're new to the channel, I do shorts. And if you don't want to watch this crazy stream that goes up and down and around blocks and you're not into that type of thing, you could go to the shorts. Go to the shorts and you could get an idea of what we're about and still get some quality information if you're into that. If you got to run. Yeah, that she tried to talk to Buchanan. Remember? She was like, "Can I?" And she wanted to tell him the story. He wouldn't let her talk. Remember that?
Yeah.
You want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, that could have changed everything. You know, I mean, I remember when we watched that. I mean, whether it was Buchanan or Proctor or maybe it was the other guy. There was one other guy.
Buchanan. It was Buchanan, and it was just a cop who was booking her.
He walked out from the back room. He's like, "Oh, you know,
Proctor was there. Proctor was moving around, but he wasn't talking to her directly. He was on the phone talking to Big Bad Brian A.
But I think he asked if she had her lawyer's numbers or whatever like that. You know what I mean?
That was Buchanan.
And on another breath he made was yeah, I just talked to him. You know what I mean? It was like, you know, she would have spoke. I mean, and if she did speak at that time, I mean,
she would have told that story, and she probably would have mentioned Higgins. So the whole time we talked about why didn't she say anything about Higgins, she was trying to tell the story right then and there.
Exactly.
And they wouldn't let her talk. They said save it. And the reason why I bring that up, ladies and gentlemen, because I think that's the same thing that happened to Eddie O'Brien. Eddie O'Brien, I understand that 30 years passed by, but I don't think he really ever had a chance to tell the story. And I get you guys saying, well, what do you mean 30 years? What do you mean? I'm telling you, trust and believe what we uncovered. I don't think, how do you tell your story when the death of Janet Downing, R.I.P. Janet Downing, R.I.P. Officer John O'Keefe, be clear. How do you tell that story? It's such an intimate, the case is called the sexual obsession case. How do you even go about it? You're being shut down. But the point I'm trying to make is now that Karen Reed you heard it from her saying, I want to be a voice of Massachusetts of corruption and not to believe a Riley Riley, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who he was the DA back in 1995, 1996, 97. And then he became the attorney general. And he was no different than a Morrissey. He's the guy who actually tried Eddie O'Brien for the killing of Janet Downing. He was the actual DA in the county who tried him. It would be no different if Morrissey tried Karen, but instead he got Hank Brennan, basically another person who worked directly for him, right? So yeah, the fix was in with Riley, who's now 82 years old. You all caught up, Riley? And she wants to be the voice, but now you could kind of see corruption or even understand corruption because of Karen Reed. I don't think if you talk about Eddie, anybody would even care if there wasn't a Karen Reed case. So John O'Keefe in the John O'Keefe Karen Reed story is opening doors for corruption. People are believing it, you know?
Oh, big time. I mean,
That's the truth.
we first handly seen all this shit unfolding in front of us, you know, and how these authorities and shit rolled throughout the whole Karen Reed trial. You know, there was some dishonest shit, man. I'll tell you. And I mean, it's crazy how you know, you got these two, you know, DAs, head DAs, Riley and the other one there, Morrissey there. I mean, they were doing shit almost the same, you know. They were talking, they were speaking, you know, to the public, you know, public announcements and shit when they shouldn't have been. And I mean, it just you could just tell that the chain of events that happened, you know, were politically spun. I mean, the same thing in the Karen Reed trial, man. I mean, it's these chain of events that these higher up people that you know kind of puppetize, you know, everything else the way they want it. Shit
And
backfired.
Cynthia, and the crazy part about it, we got a lot of long gamers talking to Eddie on Corey Links. Cynthia Lynch just said, but this year more will come out. Eddie said 2026 will be a good year. I got a beautiful message from him. And Eddie been in jail. If you're not familiar with Ed O'Brien, he's been in jail 30 years. And a lot of guys and women on this chat are talking to via Corey Links. So he's actually part of the show. You know, he could be watching. He could have watched tonight. We started fairly early. He could have watched some of it. Miss 808 said, any way I could contribute to the creative process, very much appreciate all the hours you put in. Absolutely, Miss 808. You already know. I mean, if you look at my video, home is where the heart is. That's done on a Netflix camera. That was a Canon Red. That the definition quality of that, the high definition quality of that was like 5K. I don't know the pixels, like, you know, it's crazy. It gets nuts. You know, it's like it's like buying brakes, right? You could just go get some rotors and some brake pads online for like 400, or you could buy some drill slotted rotors and some heavy duty pads. It depends, you know, the level you want to do it, right? So there's so many different levels to it. But if you want to sell it and you want to shop it and you want it to have access to these streaming sites, you're gonna need a level of a certain level to it. And that's when the money comes in. That's when the budget comes in, you know. But yeah, it definitely could happen. And that's what we're thinking right now behind the scenes with Karen Reed. We're thinking the same thing with her. You know, we're thinking to do something real great and real fresh. And you know, there's so many, and that's the thing. You know, when you're a creative person, and you know that you have access to these things, and I did this before. You know, people don't know who JFK is. This is what I do. You know, I do creative shit. But when you go out to do these things, you got to know what you can do and what you can't do, right? You got to know your budget. You can't put things on other shoulders. Like if Kev, perfect example, I can't put it on Kev's shoulders. I can't be like, Kevy, I need you to do this. And Kevy's like, yeah, JFK, I'll do it with you. And then he doesn't do it. I can't get upset because that's what happens in this game. You know how many people will say they'll do this, 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 and this for you. And then when it's time to do it, they just don't do it. You can't get mad at them people. You just got to say, okay, I understand, and move on, because that's what happens in this game. When you rely on people in this game to do things for you, or to say to say they're going to go do something, not all of them are going to show up. And you got to be able to take that and not get bitter about it. And if you add that bitterness to the project, then you're adding negative energy to it. And then it's not fun no more. Now it's becoming like a job. You know what I mean? And I never want to turn something, and I don't want to say Eddie O'Brien's case is fun. I'm not saying that, because I don't think it's fun. I want to expose shit. But when I'm doing it, I want to feel my endorphins and know that I'm doing it right. And that's what makes it fun for me. That's what makes it right for me, knowing that I'm doing it the right way. But I don't rely on nobody. The show goes on. One thing I learned from my boy Maki Mock, the game don't wait. You don't show up, like straight up. Does the plane wait? The plane don't wait. Does the plane wait? Let me ask you something. If you show up to the airport and you ain't there when that door shuts, that plane is backing out and leaving. Bye. That's how my mentality is. You ain't there, I'm 39,000. I'm gone. You could have came to Miami, but now you're still in Boston. You fucked
God
up.
damn.
You know what I mean? You should have got up a little earlier. The game don't wait. You know, but you can't get mad about that. You know, people have their reasons for reneging, and people have their reasons of why, you know, and people have their reasons why things don't go right sometimes. Not, you know, and that's the thing. That's the fuckery of it. You got to embrace the fuckery. That's where fuckery donuts came from, because when you're in a creative space, like even making music, I've been in sessions at 7 a.m. with 5 MCs, 5 rappers on a track, going line for line. I'm talking about the craziest record of all time, right? And then all of a sudden, the computer crashed and it all got erased. And now we're trying to recreate the magic we just did when we get everything up and running again, and we never can recapture it because it's not the same as the first time.
Right.
And you know what you do? You embrace the fuckery, because when you take a L, when you take a loss, you know what you gain from it? You gain the memories. You gain the memories from it. And the memories is everything. And some of the memories don't have to be on the internet. I mean, you could do your best to go on podcasts and speak to them and tell the backstories. That's the fun part. But even if you don't, you still have the memories between your boys.
Oh, definitely.
And when you meet up with your crew,
Absolutely.
or you meet up with your friends, you can say, hey, remember that time we did this and this happened and that happened? That's the win. And that's the fuckery. Because fuckery will always find itself in some type of creative thing. Always. The tech shit will always fuck you.
Yeah.
Every single time. Every time. And you got to embrace it. And when that happens, and so if tomorrow you're driving to work and you got up a little early and you thought the Starbucks line wasn't going to be around the corner, and when you pull up to that Starbucks line and you're like, man, I should have ordered on the app, and I should have just had it waiting right there, my little oat milk shaken espresso, because I know you ladies love that oat milk shaken espresso. How many ladies in here like that oat milk shaken espresso? Go ahead, put your ones up if you like that oat milk shaken espresso. I know there's going to be a lot of ones. Go ahead, put it up. Don't be shy. Go ahead, ladies. I know you want that oat milk shaken espresso, because that shit is bomb. That shit is good. I ain't going to lie. Nope. You don't like that, Miss 808? God damn. Come on. We got tools. What do we got? What do we like here? Tell me. No, none of the girls like it. What they like? Regular coffee? Let's go. What we like? What do we like? They don't like Starbucks? No, sir. Damn, they don't like the almond milk. Okay. No, what do we like? Let me know. Sounds like you need a tech guy. I agree what you said about TB. No. I make the coffee at home. There we go. See, I'm not that fancy. I'm a Dunkin' girl. Damn, we got a lot of dunks. Damn. Okay.
More girls on Dunkins, bro.
Okay. Fuckery Donuts never had one.
God damn.
1000%. Tell it. I think, not for nothing, man. Like, teas for real, dunks for sure. All right. Fact. We got some people who like it. I don't drink caffeine. I make my own stuff at home. All right, Amy. Oat milk, Dunkin' and Dutch. Okay. Vanilla chai tea, regular coffee with a shot of espresso. I like oat milk in my coffee. All right. Saving money and make it at home. There you go. Nope. These girls do not like it. Wow. Yeah, I stand corrected. I don't know why that line's wrapped around the corner then. They quit coffee. I love Stash chai tea extra spicy. I'm a Dunkin' virgin. I'm a Dunk virgin. So you never had Dunk? Dunkin'? Vietnamese instant? Yeah, Vietnamese got some bomb coffee. For sure. Tim Hortons for me. I like this right here. Nope. You never had Dunkin' Donuts, Sandy? Because she's in Cali. So Cali, yeah. So Cali has Dunkin' Donuts, but in Cali, it's a Starbucks everywhere. It's more Starbucks in Cali is everywhere. They got Randy's Donuts out there. Believe it or not, they got
No shit.
yeah, Randy's Donuts, man, off the hook, kid. In Cali, bro. Yeah. Homemade is the best, though. We can have it how we want. Oat milk lattes. She likes them. Field trip. I never had Dunkin' anything. God damn. So you a Starbucks girl? California has D&D, but it's rare for sure. It's good coffee, but the price of Starbucks is ridiculous. Is it though? I mean, it's not that much difference. I don't think it's that much different, is it?
Dunkin's and Starbucks is way different, dude.
No, the price?
Hell yeah.
How much difference in the price is it?
That's like $6 or $7 for a coffee. I don't even know how big or small or how to order.
I mean, a Dunkin', a large hot coffee in Dunkin' Donuts is $4. So what? So a grande?
My iced coffee is $4, and I
So,
get
yeah.
cold.
Yeah. So what? A large Starbucks is what? $7? It's a couple dollars more. I think that's.
Then you gotta go through that whole headache of trying to even order it. You ever seen Kevin Hart try to order Starbucks? That's how I feel. Ever trying to order Starbucks?
Shit,
Nate Law Wifey never seen a Dunkin' in Canada. That's crazy.
Shit, I don't know, man. I love me them double D's, man.
A venti is like $7.50. Yeah. Randy Donuts.
See,
slap my
whatever
ass
that
off.
word means, I don't even know what that word means.
A venti means the biggest one. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna keep it 100. Starbucks coffee is way better than Dunkin' Donuts coffee. And, like if you're gonna go for like the blonde roast or the pike, like if you're gonna go for coffee, like the taste of it, 100%. Me personally, I'm going with the blonde roast. Starbucks. As far as like, but I mess with Dunkin'. I don't mind Dunkin' coffee. I mean, I drink a lot of it. I'm not gonna lie, but a better coffee, I would say, if you like, I would say the blonde roast. And some people like the pike. The pike is more dark, but the blonde roast is pretty good, man. You ever have the blonde roast? There's two different Starbucks coffee. It's the blonde roast or the pike place. What is it called?
God damn, blonde roast, huh?
Yeah, the blonde roast, bro. You never had the blonde roast, son? The pike of the blonde?
Nah.
I got Starbucks once, like maybe 15 years ago, and I'll never do it again.
Why?
Bro, no way, dude. Like, no, that wasn't even. It was
That's
so
a crazy
wrong.
stigma, bro. That's a
It
crazy
was so
stigma.
wrong, bro. I took one sip and almost died. I was like, ugh, no way.
Oh, Cafe Bustelo. You never had Cafe. Now, Cafe Bustelo is some mud. Cafe Bustelo is mud, son.
Yeah.
God damn, that shit
That's
would
that
get you.
rocket fuel right there.
Yeah, that's that
Strong
rocket
shit.
fuel. Yeah, that shit would get you going. But that's like the pike, though. The pike of the Starbucks is the same way. It's some mud.
You gotta percolate that shit, bro.
God damn, man. People ain't. Cafe Bustelo is fighting that one girl, Melly. Yeah, you know she fucks with that. You Spanish? That one girl, I'm taking it you're Spanish. Spanish people love that Cafe Bustelo. The old Spanish cats. They wake up one piece of toast, and that Cafe Bustelo, bro. Breakfast of Champions, son. What are we
Right.
doing? We fixing a Toyota 1.8? What are we doing today?
They use
You know
those
what I'm saying?
crackers too in the green tub.
Yeah, what are we doing today? We putting some rims on the Celicas? What are we doing? You know what I mean? We fixing something. For sure. We are fixing something. What needs to be fixed? That's one thing I tell you, man. Spanish people are not lazy, man. Downtown Lynn, man, you see them Spanish dudes, they listening to reggaeton, man, and they're taking tires off, fixing shit, loving it. Greasy, messed up, you know what I mean? Like, they don't care. Out there freezing, working hard for their money. For sure.
That's a fact.
Oh yeah.
The Dominican cats, downtown Lynn, they don't fuck around. They don't play games, son.
To get it done.
For sure, bro. That's why I only let fix my cars, Dominican cats, bro. I got a cat out here. He's Mexican. He fixes my stuff. Mexican, Spanish cats, man. Because they, you know what I mean? They ain't lazy, man. I hate to say it like that, but I'm just going with the Spanish cat over anybody else to fix my whip. Period. In my experience, that's who I'm fucking with.
I agree.
Unless it's a 73 it's a 73 Chevy. What's the most reliable Chevy engine you would say, Kevy Kev?
The most reliable Chevy engine?
Yeah, what would you say it is?
I would
What
probably
year,
say,
for what years?
for what years? I mean, shit. I mean the 305, the 5.7 liter. I mean, even the Chevy V6. I mean, there's not much of a difference between the V6 and the V8, except it's a little shorter. You're missing 2 cylinders, you know. Everything else is the same. Transmission bolts up the same. I mean, they were very interchangeable. 6-cylinder and V8.
What about the 99, the 03 5.3s?
Yeah, I mean they're okay. I mean they can
They say
produce
that's
a
the
lot of power.
They say that's the most reliable. They say that's the most reliable from 99 to 03, the 5.3s. They put them in the Eskies.
Yeah,
They had them in the
I mean,
Escalades.
You can produce a lot of power with them. You know, the only thing that changes is that, see, like it's like
Is that a Vortec?
I think it's the one after the Vortec. But what I was gonna say is that you start getting a lot of aluminum components, you know. And
What after 03 though?
After 03?
Yeah, it's when they started going aluminum, man. Started blowing
No,
them heads and shit.
you still had you still had a lot of aluminum, but what I was gonna say is that, you know, like older cars, you know, like, you know, you got like the front end, you know, you had a grill, you had, you know, you can look inside the grill of my truck and see my radiator. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now you don't see shit. It's all plastic. You know, so you gotta your coolant system is really, the cars run hot. That's what ends up happening. You know.
Oh, them Chevys, bro.
Yeah, that shit runs hot.
Do you got a extra fan on your car, like a button for your fan
I
that you
got
could turn on?
I got dual fans on
You
my
got dual
car.
fans?
Yeah. Yep.
You
Aluminum
need it.
radiator.
You need it.
Oh yeah.
You need it for the old schools, man. I had to switch. I had to switch to turn on the second fan. I had a little click. When I got caught up in traffic, I would kick that shit
Little
on.
toggle switch.
Yeah, I had to have that. I had the ill iRock. I had it. I built an iRock back in 2016. I ended up selling it like 7-8 months later. Kev remembers me flying around in that shit.
Oh yeah. At that time, when you had that car, I had a 78 Chevy pickup truck. It was nice, man. It's custom.
Kev's driving a 73 right now.
Yeah. '73 Chevy pickup.
And that's crazy because out here in the South, man, you see nothing but old schools, and all of them are rust free. You know, it just sucks that all the cars up north where we're from, they just get destroyed from the salt, man.
Yeah.
So many cars just went to shit because of the salt.
I got that Vega, man. That's like that little blue car that's in the backyard, man. That was like my favorite car of all time.
You got a Chevy engine in that though, don't you?
I actually got a 2000 Camaro drivetrain in that. It's all V6 fuel injected, but that's a 71. So that shit.
You got rid of the Apollo?
No, I still got that.
Where is it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it in the other yard.
I did a video in Kevy's Apollo. You guys ever see the video I did?
Yeah, I remember that video.
Driving Kevy's Apollo and shit.
That's when I first got it, man. The fucking headliner was falling out.
I loved it, bro. That was the whole point of it, bro.
It had the bench seat in it.
Dude, that was the whole point of the video, bro. I mean, the whole point of the car. That shit is. That's my shit right there.
Had the original bumpers on it and shit. I changed that car all around, man.
Kev's actually in the video.
Yeah.
That was what? We did that video. We did that video in 2020. That was 6 years ago. How crazy is that, bro? Yeah, we did 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It's on the Growth album, Better Days.
Yeah.
Right? That's the name of the song, Better Days? Yeah, check it out. Let me play it. I'll play a little clip of it. It's a pretty dope song. This was in the pandemic, man. We all pandemiced up. Right?
Static Selector.
I put in 30 hours a day, feel the pain from the sin where they die every day. Nobody safe from within, from the fire.
So now I'm down in Central Square. My man Baba, that's my CLK. That's my 2000 CLK that the cop totaled. That shit had 40,000 miles on it. Convertible CLK. I was pissed.
Fire and rage to feel the page. It's for more than just the love of the game to make a change. I'm from in where life gets strange. Stay away, try to win, but we stuck in the maze. Shit is cray. Hold your chin, keep the smile on your face. It's okay, better days on the way. Yeah, so that's what they say. Too many people from my class deceased. I'm only 28. How the fuck does that shit make any sense? I urge you all to pray. Check in on your loved ones. Make sure your friends are straight. You never know what someone's going through. You can't relate. Mental health is real and you can't tell me how I feel. You don't know what I'm going through cause I keep it all concealed. Anxiety is defining me, every step it haunts me. I'm a hopper, skipping a jump away from walking zombies. When this shit gon' get better, yo, will it ever? We living in hell and there's no sign of a heaven. If you're giving a voice, it's your job to spread the message. I promise you're not alone, we must come together. Stop, pay attention and listen before addiction turns to extinction and violence turns to more sirens. Another dead body in the street, mother crying. I put in 30 hours a day, feel the pain from the sin where they die every day. Nobody safe from within, from the fire and rage to feel the pace. It's for more than just the love of the game to make a change. I'm from in where life gets strange. Stay away, try to win, but we stuck in the maze. Shit is cray, hold your chin, keep the smile on your face. It's okay, better days on the way. So that's what they say.
Who's that? Is that Kevin?
There it is.
Yeah, I think that's Kevin.
Yeah, there's the Buick, man.
Hey, what's up, Kev?
That's badass.
Hey, man, what's going on? Have you seen Baba around here, man?
Yeah, man, I seen him. He was walking towards the res, man. He looked all stressed out, man.
Really? Wow. How's your family doing?
Good.
Everybody good? Yeah. Hey, man, thanks for the information, man. I'll see you, man. Take care. Stay safe out here. All right, man.
Yeah, she's bad. She was.
I ain't going, dog. I ain't going, man.
He told his fault. He's pissed. Bob is walking that lonely road.
What's up, man?
It's good, man. I'm just going through it right now.
Walking down this long road, bro. You all right?
Just trying to clear my head, man. I just been putting in all these hours, man, just getting nothing out of it, man. It's stressful.
Absolutely. I understand.
I wish them better days would come, man.
You're right about that, man. They'll come, though. You want to take a ride and clear your head?
You let me drive?
Let's go.
Let's get it.
You know how to open up the door, bro?
It's 2
Before
before
my
his time.
Yeah, absolutely.
He didn't know nothing about that.
One life, the way that I'm living, I'm no fool.
That's the shot right
Who am I
there.
kidding?
Yeah, look at the headline of her shit.
That's the
We
shot.
was fought to, didn't want to lie. We was forced to, didn't want to die. He kept running, no matter what he did.
Come on, bro. That's the shot, son. That's the shot.
That was some good shit
That's
right
the
there.
shot.
Kept coming, stretch you in the dungeon.
I got a dude in the back, dude. My nephew. He's in the back, crunched up with the camera.
Yep.
Make you tap out, all you see is black. Can't back out. My city, your city, we know pain. By the trash laid out, with no name. Fast money.
But yo, right here, that's the shot right there. So
yeah, that was a good shot.
So keep in mind, right? Keep in mind that how many times did I have to back the car, remove the car when cars were coming down?
Cars were driving by.
So every time a car came up this way and that way, I'd have to stop the camera, right, Kevy? I'd have to back the car up, let them go by, pull the car back in that position, set the camera up, all right, go, and try to get it in as fast as we could to get that shot. But that's the illest shot ever, bro. Come on.
No,
the car made the whole video, bro. That car's crazy, bro. The 70, what is it, 71, right, Apollo?
That's a 74.
74, yeah. I love that car, bro.
74 Buick Apollo, yeah.
Yeah, we have fun doing that video and shit.
But I yanked the motor out of that, the motor and training out of that thing. I put a nice, healthy, small block Chevy in there. Took that Buick 350 out of it.
Yeah, she's clean now under the hood. Everything's so accessible and shit.
Yeah,
too.
dude. I redid the all the inner fender wells, the firewall, repainted all that shit.
Yeah.
And then put nice exhaust on it. Head is painted all the front end and shit. Having the motor out of it, I was able to pressure wash all that, all that old shit.
You get busy, man. No question about it. He fixed Kevy Kev fixed my car.
Yeah.
Kevy Kev fixed my last time I was down there. Kevy Kev, man, fixed the Benz for me.
Yeah, what did we do? We put a fuel injector in it.
No, we had to put a new coil on it. And then when we looked, the spark plug was loose, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. The coil. Yeah. The spark plug was loose and fucking
shit was spitting oil at us and shit.
We took care of that though.
Damn, really?
Yeah, well, the car was running on, it was the number 6 cylinder, so it was running on 7, but she still was moving, dude. I was still driving it on 7. I was like, whatever, man. She ain't never let me down. I had that Benz now almost 5 years. So, and then one day I was driving home and the shit started making a crazy noise, and then the noise went away, which was weird. Remember it was making that crazy noise?
Yeah.
I thought it was something else. I thought it was I forget what it was. It was
the ticket. You said it was like the push rods or something. It was the
it wasn't the push
the oil
rod.
supply rod or something.
Yeah. The oil. Something to do with forget what his name is on the Benz. They came in plastic and they would crack, and you would have to replace them with the tubes, the canister. Something canister. I forget the name of it. And they would crack, and you would have to get the aluminum ones. So I thought that's what it was, but come to find out, it wasn't. It was the number 6 cylinder.
It was misfiring.
It was misfiring. And then when we went in to check the spark plug was like, could move it with your finger, bro. Yeah. It was loose. So we pulled the spark plug. I was full of oil. He cleaned out the cylinder, put the new coil on. That shit was running like the top right after new plug. So we got lucky on that. I got lucky on that one.
Yeah,
I thought it was something worse.
Yeah, I remember you backed out of the yard. You took her for a ride. You pulled up. You were like, "Yeah, she's back.
She's back, son. She was back. She was back, moving and grooving for sure." But I have a cool little video that I put out. How many ladies are grandmothers out there? Where's all my grandmothers at? We got some grandmothers up in here. I got a video that I made. Where's my grandmothers at? Check this out. This is cool. Fuckery Donuts.
I'm going to try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me and everybody.
So this clip is from almost
50 years ago, Bostonians telling us their New Year's resolutions for 1977. We pulled it from the WCBB archives and we shared it on social media and on air, and then we got a phone call.
There's nothing to describe seeing your grandmother alive and vibrant and healthy once again.
And this is Lorraine, granddaughter of the woman who said she wanted to smile more in 1977.
This is Nana, and this is her wedding picture.
Nana, aka Mrs. Rachel Rossetti Ilario, was born in 1903 on Hanover Street in Boston's North End. Nana had 3 husbands, 2 boyfriends in the nursing home, and a big family who loved her deeply.
It was just so incredibly awesome to hear Nana's voice again. I never realized how much she had the Boston accent. It's like, wow, Nana.
1977 has got to be a better year for me and everybody.
We break it down, we keep it going and flowing. Welcome to the stream. Fuckery Donuts now open. Night after night. Strike after strike. We got a full flight. Let's go. What type of donuts do you like? Jelly, my favorite. Lemon, la la.
I'm gonna try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me and everybody.
God damn, son.
Loving blueberry, it was all a dream. Oh, what about Boston cream? B-Town, let's go. Ba ba ba. What about the underrated gem? Hold up, let me tell them again. They not knowing. Come again. Yup. Fuckery Donuts now open. 3 donuts, yup. 6 donuts, like Julie. Yes. How about 12 donuts? A dozen for the fam. Keep the stream flowing. Everyone is welcome. Yes, yes.
I'm gonna try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me and everybody.
So this clip is from almost...
I'm gonna try to smile more than I did in 1976. 76, 76, 76, 76. I'm gonna try to smile 76, 76, 76, 76. Try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me. 77 has got to be a better year. I'm gonna try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me and every. I'm gonna try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me and everybody. I'm gonna try to smile more than I did in 1976. 1977 has got to be a better year for me and everybody.
Static on the beat. Play. That's the same dude who's singing "Read Between the Lines," the song.
Oh no shit. Yeah.
Snake bit. If you don't know the name of this song right here is my song, Wade Bobbitt's song called Eats. Everybody eats. Energy about to shift. Eats. EATS. Energy about to shift. Yeah, man. So it's crazy that woman, they play a video from the archives. She's sitting home and she's like, that's my grandmother.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's what I always talk about. Like, you just never know who got you on film. You know what I mean? That's 1976, almost 50 years ago. And they have her when she was vibrant. 1977 is going to be a good year. The reason why I played that video, right? It's fuckery. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show you life goes on, man. Like in 1976, they were saying the same shit we're saying in 2026.
Yeah.
50 years ago, saying this, it's going to be a better year. Happy New Year. Same thing we said this year. It's going to be a better year. You know, it's scary to think, but you know, and think about and her being on film, that was like a unicorn situation, right? Not many people were on film back then. Think about how much film of us are out there. I
Right.
mean, the storytellers, man, god damn, we're gonna live forever. They're gonna be like, there was a dude named Kevy Kev 781. I mean, my guy, holy shit, he used to say, "Are y'all caught up?" That shit might become something in
You never
20,
know.
30, you know what I mean? That might catch on in
You better
know,
copyright that shit now.
Yeah.
that might be some generational wealth, son.
You know, it's crazy. It's
Party.
crazy when you talk about like, you know, you see old shit that captures the moments and shit, but like you remember the breakfast spot, Little River?
Yeah, they took that out too, bastards.
Yeah, that's no longer there. But you know, you used to see the pictures on the wall from like, you know, all the parades and shit and all the, you know, the openings for like the baseball and Barry Park and you know, we're talking in like the 40s and 50s, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, those kind of like, you know, those captured moments, man, they bring you back in time. Like they were having like soapbox races, like, you know, cardboard go-karts and shit. Like a racing down Boston Street and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Endorsements. Check it out now. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. Come on. Check it out now. Come on. J.F.K. Word. Static.
They scream hip hop, they lying to your face. Was it even hip hop in the first place? Too many chasing the fame and they want validation for the things they did. You gotta keep creating. Haters mistaken admiration, they don't know love. Game selfish, nobody passing the plug. When push comes to shove, you standing alone. You know they say you can't make it when you're on your own. Trying to find my way home, I'm blazing a trail. We all want heaven, even though we raising hell. Time will tell, dog, life is so cliche. Keep your head up high, tomorrow's another day. Around my way, yeah, they dying from the drugs. We all.
And this video right here, what's crazy about this video, this is when we were in the World Series. That's why the Prudential got the gold socks up there, and everybody's walking by. And so, like when you're shooting a video, when everybody's walking by, they don't know what the hell you're doing, and like we're just in the middle of everybody shooting.
So cliche, keep your head up high. Tomorrow's another day. Around my way, yeah, they dying from.
I gotta act like these motherfuckers don't even bother me. And you know how much shit they're saying too? Kill that shit, dog. You know what I mean? They're talking and shit.
You just
and
gotta you gotta make it seem like no one's there. No one's there.
I gotta act like that shit, and I'm just hoping the camera captures everything I need to capture. But the ghost socks in the back, come on, man, that might never happen again.
The drugs, we all self-sabotage, we don't know love. Keep it a buck, homie, what you stand for. It's the ones that have nothing, that demand more. We never plan poor, it's the cause we were dealt. So I manifest my thoughts and I did it myself. They all want wealth, so they playing the pot. Win or lose don't matter, as long as you have heart. For the start to the finish, we in it to win. Lyrics are the sickest when we spitting them gems again.
Keep your chin up. So he's standing up, right? So this is in the parking lot, right? So he's standing up on top of where you got to punch the ticket. So the cop came over. So that's the green monster in back of him. So it looks like that shit looks crazy. So when I was filming it, I'm like, yo, this look crazy.
Yeah, cause you a winner, never give up, keep your chin up, chin up, chin up.
With the lights on and everything.
Yeah.
Cause you a winner, never give up, keep your chin up. Cause you a winner, never give up, keep your chin up. Cause you a winner, never give up, keep your chin up. Cause you a winner, never give up, keep your chin up. Cause you a winner,
38 special.
Never give up, no.
Free Karen Reed, let's go. Method Man, there he is. James Jackson. Oh, wow, baby. Yeah, man. It's crazy shooting them videos, man.
Yeah.
When you think about it. I was just going down memory lane. But yeah, that was fun.
But now, like you said, these are all captured moments, man.
Well, to segue what we're talking about with like the Eddie stuff and things like that to create a process. It's like that's what I mean. Like when it's like you just think about it, right? Like you're in the middle of the World Series. Hey, man, the people are out there. All you gotta do is put the camera out there, and the story tells itself. You know what I mean? So it's like the same thing with the Eddie story. Like the story's there. You just got to do the due diligence to get it out there. You know, and basically what more or less it comes down to is the timing.
Yep.
In the time, you know, everything's time. Everything is time consuming. Look at this asshole right here. You want to see a guilty guy?
One lie begets another, and it's a malignant.
So this is Brian Albert during the summation of the first trial. Zoomed in. I zoomed into Brian Albert on the first trial, right? And when Alan Jackson was doing the summation, I want you to look, and I'm going to do some narration of Brian Albert. His reaction to everything. Keep in mind, they put him in the witness box. He's staring down the jury. Karen's here. He was put in that witness box to scare the jury, right? And to get found guilty. And this is how he was acting. Watch his faces.
That grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born.
What the fuck is he doing?
Oh, fuck.
Yo, look what he said, the cover-up. Watch
It's
this.
a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born.
God damn.
Listen, keep watching, everybody.
That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. The house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one
Taking a deep breath, huh, buddy?
witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall, with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins.
There it
But
was.
what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about
What's
John's
this?
Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John
Watch.
arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time.
Fuck.
And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Drinking water.
It matches. Walks into the house.
Watch this.
Goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs. Wasn't
Look what he's doing with his lips. He's blowing bubbles.
climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute
It's like, yeah, fuck Waze. Look at him.
No, he knows. He's digging into him. He knows everything he's saying. He's like, damn, man, they know.
offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up
Watch
to
this.
everyone going to 34 Fairview.
Look at
Brian
this.
Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They've been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian.
Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. Got it? It's at the 11:57 mark.
Look at him.
11:57, 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on. Come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire.
That shit was eating him up.
Yeah, well, that's crazy.
Eating him up. Eating him up. Look at this guy, his brother. Hey, Chris Albert, I heard you was on some platforms.
I left you a couple messages. Get back to me.
Hey, Chris, you and your brother are some quirky motherfuckers, some liars. Let's listen to Chris.
I knew they knew each other. You're saying that they were acquaintances? No, I guess they're friends. You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends. Was there something confused? Yeah, they're friends.
You actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door.
What?
I don't think so.
Look at that way when he asked you that question. Why?
When he opened the bedroom door.
Looks like a fucking third base coach.
No, I guess they're friends. You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends. Was there something confused? Yeah, they're friends.
You actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door.
I don't think so.
He looked like a third base coach pulling his ear and shit.
The stale sign.
Right?
Welcome, Mia Marie, 1977. This is her first stream, and she thinks you are great. I appreciate that, Mia Maria. Becky coming through, embrace the fuckery for sure. Miss 808 again, and this is why we support. And I appreciate you, girl. You gents are my spirit animals in a good way. Appreciate you, girl. That's awesome. Oh yeah, man. You know, I just been because these guys, man. You know, these guys want to act like they didn't do what they did. You know, look at this.
On a big hug or anything like that?
I did leave, yes.
You didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you texted John O'Keefe, "You coming here?"
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested.
Like the fact that this happened, and honestly, it just it doesn't get talked about. Like he's getting grabbed right before, like, you know what I mean? Right before a guy.
Yeah, no. These were the last moments, like we say, man, that John O'Keefe is captured alive. Leading up to.
And he said he didn't say goodbye to anybody.
He's a fucking liar. Ain't nothing decorated about that.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston. Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin.
Texted this.
see it, but I still believe in myself. I'm sorry you don't see in you what I see in myself. That's why I be by myself, like I don't need no one else. Yeah. You hate to see it, but I still believe in myself. I'm sorry you don't see in you what I see in myself. That's why I be by myself, like I don't need no one else. Yeah, come on.
Still fighting through the pain, trying to change our ways. Still believe it gets better, trying to find a way. I've stayed to the grave, our soul remains. Try to take it all from us, we gon' make a pay. Still believe, gonna find a way. Still believe, fighting through the pain. Still believe, our soul remains. Still believe. Still believe in your dreams. At Christmas time it was just lots of pain. Hindsight 2020 at 40 not the same. Do the math on the podcast, dropping names. It's God's wrath like clots in the vein. Crazy how everybody dies in real time. Anxiety high, you know I don't feel fine. Grew up with boom bap, used to kill rhymes. Connect physically, spiritually, it can heal minds. Devil's working overtime, cancer in the colon. The answer was right there, no one ever told them. System overload, keep hold, then control them. Gotta watch your people, the Rico will fold them. And we still in these streets with no health care. Egomaniacs with no self-care. We living in denial with dreams, we out here. Things ain't what they seem, keep yourself aware, cheer. Still fighting through the pain, trying to change our ways. Still believe it gets better, trying to find a way. I've stayed to the grave, our soul remains. Try to take it all from us, we gon' make a pay. Still believe, gonna find a way. Still believe, fighting through the pain. Still believe, our soul remains. Still believe in your dreams.
You hate to see it, but I still believe in myself. I'm sorry you don't see in you what I see in myself. That's why I be by myself, like I don't need no one else. Yeah. You hate to see it, but I still believe in myself. I'm sorry you don't see in you what I see in myself. That's why I be by myself, like I don't need no one else. Yeah.
Still dedicated on and on to the ones who elevated. Dedication. Yeah. J.F.K. Listen. Rap, what they chasing, rap, what you saying, he rap, they rap, she rap on the station, rap across the nation, level up, elevation, hip hop is dedication, hold on, let me get it back. My story's been snake bit from the rip, all I see is pain, the same old shit, my life insane, my soul connects, 3-second plays, nowadays they troll the net, we living in the right now, they ain't paying no respect. Better yet, get a 9 to 5, do the math. I was 14 years old, out of control, war path. It's like I was caught in a vice I never saw past. The tricks of the trade, set up sharp, dog. I was late for class. Take me back to junior high, Pickering, caseworker bickering, NFI, Middleton, 1 floor up, crack spot, simple then, maybe not dedicated for the ones who made it out, sink or swim. We kissed the girls, made them cry. I got daughters now, I survived. Tell me why it's fucking with my mind. Damn. They in business for themselves, so they fake it. I'm staring in their eyes, and it's filled with hatred. Many nights I scribed on this paper, trying to make it, but every cane needs a taker, trying to maintain my anger. Come on. We kissed the girls, made them cry. I got daughters now, I survived. Tell me why it's fucking with my mind. Rap, what they chasing, rap, what you saying, he rap, they rap, she rap on the station, rap across the nation, level up, elevation, hip hop is dedication, hold on, let me get it back. Crazy world we live in, surviving the times. On the beat, we just supplying the rhymes. Chase your goals, don't waste your time. Every day you wait, it's your day to shine. It's dangerous, that ego will stop making decisions. Should be taking vacations, but you lacking a vision. Practice patience, gotta start embracing wisdom. Keep creating, they hate and they playing the victim. Streets are corny like informants with the semis. Working with the feds like Whitey and Falemi. Ghost gun, sons got packs with the Hemi. Extended clips, spray up your baby shower with the demis. They want world tours, but they gossip in groups. Chatty patties in real life live recluse. They say they trap it, but it don't reflect in the booth. And when you add it up, it don't connect to the truth. All eyes on me like Pac in the Beamer. Adding catalog, I'm just a happy streamer. We Spotify, We just trying to move our team up. Spot and identify, see through your demeanor. Crazy world we live in, surviving the times. On the beat, we just supplying the rhymes. Chase your goals, don't waste your time. Every day you wait, that's your day to shine, yeah. Crazy world we live in, surviving the times. On the beat, we just supplying the rhymes. Chase your goals, don't waste your time. Every day you wait, that's your day to shine. Come on.
A little, when the ice cream...
Actually, they walked up to my car.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
Correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McKay. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Oh no, I'm not the homeowner. Fair enough.
A little, when the ice cream truck was at the street next door, and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come?
Is that right?
Right.
Actually, they walked up to my car.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
Correct?
They didn't know.
All right,
No.
and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McKay. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Oh no, I'm not the homeowner. Fair enough.
A little, when the ice cream truck was at
That's so
the
evil.
street next door, and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's...
You don't have no eyes. You didn't get none. You didn't get none.
Remember this piece of shit?
Marching around. That's right, Bendy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and no collision. Try begging to get on, Linda. That's what it was. Begging to get on. I didn't see that. You're so wrong. Notice they never say what, though. What was wrong? That she didn't back up? That she didn't have a broken taillight? That she didn't go 24 miles an hour, Dorothy Quinn? You're so wrong about fill in the blank. Jumped in the pond with her, then swim with her. Don't turn on her. Like, but I wouldn't, I'm not surprised at that. Right? Total rat boy. They are devil figures. Yes, I did actually. I said that's often a sign of the devil in many foreign countries. You think she was drinking? Ken, Carrie. She saw death. Wasn't that great when Hank said that? Got that? I left him at the waterfall. Wasn't that great when Hank said then she hung up and pivoted and then said he's dead, he got hit by a plow. But it seemed very clear what had happened. And her attorney said this was a tragic accident. But as far as the Massachusetts State Police investigation, they got the right person. They got the drunk that hit him. So they solved it. So, she's a drunk. She's a drunk. I didn't hit him. Ridiculous.
He got out of the car. He was walking into the party like, that's over. I'm going to text Bella's mom right now.
This
I'm
dude's a
telling you,
piece
but they're
of
not
shit.
fans of mine. 24 miles an hour in reverse. Carrie.
Thinks it's a big joke. Look at him. Don't quit your day job, buddy.
He didn't see anything.
This is
Sue O'Connell.
crazy.
You know what was so great about Lucky? He didn't see anything.
This dude's cooked.
And he didn't hear anything. These people are fucking idiots. People are fucking idiots.
Really?
Auntie Bev and the McCow bitch. The McCow bitch. How much they paying you? Karen, my queen. Oh.
Look at him.
Fucking weirdo. What's wrong?
Clown. You are a clown. You are a clown. You are a clown.
And here's the crazy part about that situation, right? Is that the day that she gets found not guilty, he backs into a car and cracks his taillight. And he tapped it and he cracked his whole taillight.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They swept up the taillight, and that's the irony. So he comes walking out. TB walks out with his hands up like this. He comes walking out behind TB. Everybody starts booing him. Or he comes out before TB. I forget if it was before or after. They start booing him. He goes to his car, he backs out and hits some lady from Texas and cracks his whole taillight. So everything he's saying that couldn't happen to the taillight happened to him after she gets found not guilty. That's the irony. Am I lying?
No.
You're not lying. I heard about that.
Some lady videoed it. There's a clip out there.
Man.
He was trying to dip on the situation.
He was trying to dip for sure. He definitely was trying to dip. You're right about that, Kevin Kev. Kevin Kev 781 on the Cash App. He was trying to dip. He was trying to dip. For sure, bro. There was a lot of
He
stuff.
was found. I said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean, you dropped him off at the
I don't know
house.
what else could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
How could that have been? I mean, you dropped him off at the house.
I don't know what else could
How could that have been? I mean, you dropped him off at the
I don't
house.
know what else could have. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him?
And, them sound bites, when you first heard them, you were like, holy shit, that's just not a good look, right, Kev?
No, I mean, shit. I can remember talking, amongst us, off stage, saying, "Jesus Christ!"
And they used them. They played them sound bites in court, and and then you got to ask yourself this question, though. Then you investigate the case, and there's no way John got hit. But then when you start to get to know Karen and you see the way she is, like Karen really thought in her mind that if she says these things, she just speaks her truth because that's what she felt, right? She's just being truthful. Like, could I done this? Because I can't believe he went in there and he got jumped and they really killed him. They're all cops. Why would they do that? So did I do it? And why would someone who did something like that would basically admit to it? So she's like, I'm just going to say my truth. That's what I might have thought in the moment because I was so out of it. And instead, they're like, we don't care. The vile world, it just twisted right on her. And that's a lesson. And that's one of the reasons, ladies and gentlemen, she doesn't want to come out and say thank yous to people because they know they're going to take the sound bite like they did with this one and use it as if and hitch her to the case of conspiracy of witness intimidation. That's the reason why I played that clip. You know what I mean? Because if she goes out now and says, I want to thank this one and thank that one and thank this, and there's a case going on with tuberculosis, they could turn around and say, see, she said thank you, and that, she supports them. That's because she set this whole thing up, and that's what she did because she's still guilty. She got found not guilty for the murder, but she's guilty of witness intimidation. And it's crazy when you really think the double jeopardized rules. He's being charged with witness intimidation of a murder case that she found not guilty on. So the people out there like you, Will Henry, who thinks not guilty is being exonerated. Here's a fun fact: if Karen was exonerated, then guess what? TV they would probably drop TV's charges. Because technically, if she got exonerated, they would have to arrest somebody, right? And the chances are the people they would arrest would be them people, right? So who did he intimidate? He didn't intimidate any witnesses because now they're not witnesses, right? Will Henry, right? You all caught up? So now you understand that it's not exonerated, right? Because if she was exonerated, TB would be exonerated too because their cases involve the same people. So technically, she got found not guilty, and they're saying, well, we don't care. She got found not guilty by a court of law, so we're still going to prosecute this guy. How crazy is that?
That's crazy.
When you really think about it, they should just let him go. She didn't do it, right? I mean, can we all agree on that at this point? But no, so if she turns around now and says, hey, I want to thank this one and thank that one for all the work that we did together, like if she words it the wrong way, soundbite city, they're going to use that soundbite. They're going to take a page from Hank Brennan and say, hey, it doesn't matter that ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it doesn't matter that she got found out guilty for murder. She's still, you know what I mean? That doesn't
And
mean
it's
that
the
she's not.
and it's the people that she's got these cases with now. You know, the other side, the key players that were in that house that will want to take these sound bites and say, hey, this is why she put the pressure on us. You know, this guy was a hired gun. He put the pressure on us. You know what I mean? She had to play by design. You know what I'm saying? That's what they'll want to use against her. I mean, I'm sure when all this shit's over with.
Well, you see how scared she is about Proctor coming to her house and the state troopers. She's scared that's going to happen again. She's looking out her window. She thinks at any given day they're going to surround her house and she's going to be sitting there in her underwear eating Suzy Q's or whatever her vice might be. Maybe she's drinking Bustelo, Cafe Bustelo, like one what's her name? Melly, one Nelly Melly. Maybe she's drinking the Bustelo. Like, I don't know. You know, maybe she's thinking crazy thoughts like Miss 808. God damn, Miss 808. You know, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, you know, whatever your vice might be. And then they roll up. That's what she's worried about, you know? The one girl Melly. Yeah, there she is. Who could blame her? This is crazy for sure. Well, you know, hey, Miss 808, there she goes. Karen D, what up? You know, I'm just saying, like, you know, I just hope that this interview tonight, you know, and this is just part one. This is a whole part two. And she's getting open. She's like speaking a lot of things.
It's good to finally hear her talking out there, though.
What up, Chimmy? Chimmy's up in there. Chimmy speaks. I seen her tonight.
What up,
Chimmy,
girl?
Our girl Chimmy. This has been one wild ride, this case, man. And now there's a fundraiser Friday night. You know, you want a cup, J.F.K? For sure. Definitely. I'll take a cup of Bustelo. Why not? And you know, it's a lot has happened. A lot has happened for sure. Check this shit out. I got some footage of
Well, they were beating Enrique up. Well, they were pulling dudes over on Soldier Field Road, telling them, hey, you can beat this ticket. I mean, beat this ticket. Whoa, 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 disclaimer. It must really blow. Suck. Massachusetts State Police is an embarrassment. And Hank Brennan is the leader because he doesn't like women. No, he was down with Gary Zarola, Whitey Bulger. We all know the story about them because Hank Brennan thinks Whitey Bulger's not a rat and Krowski loves Gary Zarola.
That's the crazy part too. He thought he wasn't a rat.
This is what's really going on. This is fucking reality. See, Proctor got fired. And we've seen the microdots video, right? Have you seen it? He talked about the timestamp being backwards. Inverted. Did he see the whole video before they showed it to the jury?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed? It was like reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
The video itself. Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle's brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD.
Was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side, was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it.
You caught yourself up in the lie, you fucking idiot. So he said the timestamp was inverted, but when he watched the video was the right side. So but the whole video was inverted. So which means is you seen the inverted video and you let that shit go in the court of law to protect your ass.
Yep.
You just admitted it. You just admitted you lie. How crazy is this?
It was like reversed.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
The video itself. Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle's brought in relation to the.
Look at Karen.
She knows. She's like, go ahead, motherfucker, keep talking.
Yeah, she is.
Garage and the doors into the PD.
Was in fact the passenger.
Look at her. She's looking up at him. Like, think about all the shit that this woman been through. Like, think about it. You're sitting there and you're saying it's a conspiracy. We made this up too. He sat there and he said in a court of law, yeah, the timestamp's inverted. Okay, but I seen the video last night before going over my testimony today, and that's the only thing that was inverted was the timestamp. But yet we know the whole video was inverted. But he couldn't say that because he would have to tell the DA this video's wrong, right? Because he's a cop. That's what they do, right? He's at this point. This is the first trial, ladies and gentlemen. This is way before he got fired.
And the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side, was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday.
I reviewed the video yesterday.
Rewatch it.
Rewatch it. Oh, fuck. I caught myself in a lie. Oh, God damn. Proctor, are you all caught up?
And the one that I watched had the correct angle.
It had the correct angle.
It was reversed. The car was brought in.
Because these slip-ups are going to keep coming and coming in trial, too. Best believe it. Hank Brennan, you're not going to win. Trust and believe.
Oh, yeah. I was right
Me and
about
James
that.
Jackson went out to Dedham. Seen a lot of amazing people, the boots on the ground. Beautiful. But they got a buffer zone. You can't even walk by. They got a paddy wagon out there. If you're wearing anything free Karen Reed, they're going to cuff you up. I can't even walk by the courthouse. I can't walk by on the public
That's the craziest
sidewalk.
part.
Tell me where this makes sense.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Tell me. Some people call us a mob. Cleveland says we're the mindless mob, the mindless millennial. Oh, excuse me, boundless millennial. Funny guys, right? He said he had lunch with Kevin from South Boston.
At one point,
and
got
he
a butt
dialed him. Are these guys for real?
He said he had a fucking lunch with Kevin from South Boston. He said he had lunch with Kevin. Cleveland said he had lunch with Higgins, and he actually got a butt dial by him. He actually said that.
South Boston.
At one point,
and
got
he
a butt
dialed him. Are these guys for real? I'm out here on the streets right now. These guys are behind their desk, on their little computers, just talking shit. And that's just reality, isn't it?
Listen, I want to talk to you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, everybody thinks there was, so since we got 520 people in the chat, everybody thinks the Kevin from South Boston phone call was only one. There was actually 2 phone calls he called. You tell me if this is Kevin from South Boston.
Take me off the TV. Listen, I want to talk.
And that's just reality.
You ready? Listen.
Listen, I want to talk to you. Take me off the TV.
Tell me that's not him again. That's
That was
him
him.
again. Listen, he called in and I was on the phone and he was like, and he knew that it was a delay. And he was like, listen, take me off the TV because he's so old school. He must watch us on the TV. So he meant take me off the live stream, like come off the live and I'll talk to you behind the scenes. And then when he realized his voice was on the TV, he hung up. Once he realized he was live, he hung up.
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right?
Listen.
Isn't it? Little computers just talking shit, isn't it?
Listen, I want to talk to you. Take me off the TV. Listen, I appreciate the things.
Listen, I want to talk to you. Listen, I want to talk to you. Listen, I appreciate the things that you and James do, right? And I never pushed it. So people say that I care about Higgins so much, right? And people say that's all I talk about. When this came out, I didn't even push it. I did a whole marathon. Remember, I kept my live on for 15 hours. I kept my live stream on for 15 hours, and I played a beat. And all I did was put on the screen, "Call me, Higgins," and I put my phone number to call me behind the scenes. And it was hoping that he was going to call me for like 15 hours. I let it run. It was like a marathon. People were like, "Are you ever going to come on?" I never came on. I just let it run all night for 50, and he never came. And this is after he said this, "Take me off the TV," because I wanted to talk to him. You know, I mean, I was on my brilliant shit.
Listen, I want to talk to you. Take me off the TV. Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and Jason. I want to talk to you. Listen, I want to talk to you.
Talking shit. And that's just reality, isn't it?
Listen, I want to talk to you.
Talking shit. And that's just reality, isn't it?
Listen, I want to talk to you. Take me off the TV.
Talking shit. And that's just reality, isn't it?
Listen, I want to talk to you. Take me off the TV. Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right?
Twice.
I'm just saying, man. I come with receipts, bro. I don't make this shit up, man. But yeah, man, we went over it tonight, man. 3 hours and 43 minutes in. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. It was a smooth show, man. We had a nice audience tonight. I appreciate everybody being here, spending your time with us. Today is Monday, January 12th. And I go by the name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
Thank you, Miss Kelsey. I appreciate you. What can I say? I love everyone. You know how it goes.
Tonight, we I know you feeling hurt, your mind flipped. That was a moment in time, can't rewind it. I seen your call, can't talk, declined it. Said I was sorry, liquor had me blinded. I know about your issues, you're not feeling well. What you going through, girl, is a living hell. Sometimes I bug out, I just flip and yell. Just come out tonight, we can sip and chill. I know about that night at the Pats game. You was real comfortable, and that's lame. When I bring it up, you act strange.
J.F.K.
Spending in time.
Can't sleep.
Everybody got two hands, right? But it's like I'm always lending one.
Lullaby and good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. It's time for owner, yes, to sleep.
prayers for lullabies. Cause if I can't sleep, the world stays up with me. Spaces and time, so many lockdowns. Spending the time, I render the rhyme. They must be out there fucking mind. Insecurities messing with their maturity. Please, that energy level does nothing for me. Still on the run like Nori. And these streets be like bull sharks with the territory. It's the same story. Try to pull apart and run a change. But before you left the game, you wasn't in the right mind frame. And if I can't sleep, then the world can't sleep. Got my speakers on blast, playing fuck the police. Still DRE with my Dre beats, rapping my crew. Show off. And we playing for keys. Wrote this in the terminal. Planes cold like jacket thermal. 39,000 feet with eyes that will burn you. My external looking swell. Never know you're maternal. Even if talk to ours, read your health journal. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Static Selector.
Barely see my home.
Power Wild, baby. Hey, from the start, all I had was hustling hard. The struggle is my fuel, but I do not harp. A lot of long nights hitting licks when it's dark. When bills due, me and lazy people depart. Prayer and meditation, gotta keep my mind sharp. Power Wild Mart, never been no mark. Move smart, big dog bite, but don't bark. Get you painted, I ain't talking about some art. The land of the free, that's a farce, cause everything costs. I upgraded from sleeping on the floor to a couch. From apartment to a townhouse, new ice mouse. Static Selected going out, bounce back from a loss. J.F.K grinding and barber getting bands.
Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Static Selector.
Barely see my home.
Power Wild, baby. Hey, from the start, all I had was hustling hard. The struggle is my fuel, but I do not harp. A lot of long nights hitting licks when it's dark. When bills due, me and lazy people depart. Prayer and meditation, gotta keep my mind sharp. Power Wild Mart, never been no mark. Move smart, big dog bite, but don't bark. Get you painted, I ain't talking about some art. The land of the free, that's a farce, cause everything costs. I upgraded from sleeping on the floor to a couch. From apartment to a townhouse, new ice mouse. Static Selected going out, bounce back from a loss. J.F.K grinding and barber getting bands. The whole team get paid if we stick to the plans. We suited at the Grammys, but we started off with grants. Supply and demand and expand, you understand?
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
J.F.K, y'all.
Barely see my home.
Talk to him. Let's go. Cops on the scanner, them kids are in the street. The rats making profit cause they eating with police. Trying to touch their souls, but it's like they out of reach. So we hit them with some lyrics and we vibe to the beats. Baby mama wants some money, rent is due. But I spent all my money, yeah, what am I to do? Open case, in my bill under review. So it's fuck the PEO and fuck the judge too. I'm stone cold, so what's the bottom line? Everywhere I go, I got arms on my mind. Trying to take it slow, and I know you wanna shine. They all want it fast, but they don't wanna grind. Life is a highway, we burning up the tri-state. We all try to get it, yeah, live it the flyway. Looking at you sideways, cause they all bitter. Stand up and fight, y'all, never be a quitter.
Static Selector.
We got tips. I appreciate also all the people who signed up for the memberships. I appreciate you. I got a lot of great things coming behind the scenes. You ain't gonna want to miss it. Thank you again. And if you're wondering what the membership's all about, we got 3 donuts. We got 6
donuts.
6 donuts? 6 donuts. And we got a dozen of fuckery donuts. And with that being said, Fuckery Donuts is now open.
Donuts.
And we right back at it.
Colorblind, can't see Dallas Green. North Station, make our status scene. Show off crew, ride on static beats. It's different here. Free Karen Reed.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
I was expecting to be indicted because of, ham sandwiches.
And we right back at it.
Check it out. Come on. Life is what you make it, it's the same old shit. They looking for attention, but we looking for a vet. Another witness flip, another kid gets smoked. Got hit with life, that's all she wrote. Gonna need a bigger boat when you trapped in them jaws. Trapped in the system, guess he didn't know them laws. Revolving doors, it's a vicious cycle. Plus your son looking at you, wanna be just like you. Mom's on the net with the filter, she poppin'. Her mom was a crackhead, bitch please stop it. We all got problems, but it seems it's getting worse. What you see is a gift, I see is a curse. I wanted to be first, so I took them chances. Signed them record deals and I took them advances. All I see is fake, they tricking for pussy. Emoji boys, yeah, players in the bush league. Push me, you know I fight harder. Yeah, I had a dad, but he never was a father. Don't bother me with the pity and try to play pretend. They're crushing on your girl, praying for your end. Again and again, I see the devil take control. New generation, but in no time road. Let the story be told, live life and inspire. Stay on your job, demons don't retire. Spit fire, item future plans. If I go crazy, would you still call me Superman? What? Would you still call me Superman? Come
I went in about 4 or 5 hours
Y'all caught
after
up,
to
Artie?
get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
No, you didn't.
That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Y'all caught
Artie, you all caught up. Why did you lie? You're a third-party culprit. It all happened in July of 95. Come on, come on.
It is sad, nobody heard the screams. You went in a house on a murder scene.
All caught up.
Artie, what about the key? Why was you on Boston Street? Sounds suspect to me.
You all caught up.
You lied about the kitten, said we had the wrong dude. Said you went in the house for dog food. Then you lied again, said that wasn't true. Went in the next day for a kitty litter box. Artie, was it you? You all caught up. Artie, was it you? 98 times did you do this crime? Why do you constantly lie? Come on, come on. Artie, you all caught up?
Yes.
Yes. Your cat was on Hamlet Street, parked the wrong way. Nobody had a cat. You're on social media all day, always in the chat. The DNA don't match. Sorry, Artie, that is a fact. Let's compare it to yours and see what comes back.
Tick tock.
What about the dog, Artie? You never mentioned the dog. Nobody had a cat. You all caught up. There's a lot to unpack. You all caught up. Time will tell. Tables will turn. Your life in a cell. What about the son? Mother's dress in high heels. Did you know? How did his mother feel? Let's go. Artie.
Did you know?
How did his mother feel?
Let's go. You all caught up.
Never mention the pup. Kitty litter box system is corrupt. Long gamers on deck. We don't give a what? Artie, you all caught up. Welcome to the J.F.K. stream. Kevin J. Brill, James Jackson. You all caught up. Long gamers, let's make the goal. Let's make the goal. Turbulence in the chat. All green, everything. You all caught up.
life taught you? If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
Thank you. You know I'm still here.
Lost in a dream, don't know which way to go.
Thank you, y'all.
If you were all that you seem, then baby I'm moving way too slow. I've been a fool before, wouldn't like to get my love caught in the slamming door. How about some information, please? Oh, straight up now, tell me, do you really wanna love me forever? Oh, am I caught in a hit and run? Straight up now, tell me, is it gonna be you and me forever?
To survive, life could be worse. Are you satisfied? Someone say to stop. I just pray you flop. I'm gonna make it hot and hit the top spot. Started from the ground, call it groundwork. You are not around, so don't come around with me and first. This game on my back and feed the pups. Put you on paper, have you in cups. And dirty, will have you back in the cut. New man status, like what the static on the beat. Barber on the chorus, trying to double up like that kid Marcus Morris. The game filled with glamour and all the fortune. She got 2 kids, what about the abortion? Facebook timeline, homie, you goofy. The Fetty killing everyone, the world is spooky. Deadbeats, wanna be left alone, life of chaos. Mixed with methadone, the game grimy. Like shit in the stall, ice agents. Watch you slip and fall, was a good kid. Got shot in the temple, mom's on Adderall and she went straight mental. In the LX 450 with the lift kit, 1997 like we listen to Big, going viral. Was his claim to fame, never knew the streets, never knew the game. BBS gold plated, you so on the sport. Shut the f up and pay your child support. Feel my fury like Tyson, you ain't that wild. A one-trick pony with a weak-ass style. We all gotta live, all gotta die. All gotta give, all gotta thrive. You should love yourself first.
Static Selector.
we lost. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I appreciate it.
Selected.
R.I.P. to all the lost ones. Peace and love. I'll see you next stream. I love y'all. You can check out the super thanks comment. You want a super thanks after the chat's over? Hit me with a super thanks. Venmo, J.F.K, show off, Cash App, all that good shit. Appreciate y'all. Love every last one of y'all. Peace and love. Yes. Yes.
Static Selector.